Just so we're clear, whoever put their hands on my big balls made a huge mistake. Now we're going to take over Washington, D.C. We're calling it Operation Teabag. We're federalizing the swamp, and the executive order will be named the Big Balls Act. They'll never put their dirty hands on my big balls again. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Big balls anthem. Who's got big balls? Me, please. I've got big balls. Trump's got the biggest, can't you see? Dropping truth bombs, setting us free. Big balls here, big balls there. Patriots dancing everywhere. From rallies loud to victory call. Trump's got the biggest balls of them all.
You could make America perfect. How would you do it?
Well, I think that America is a country that has tremendous, tremendous potential. I think that much like the mind, I think that America is using very, very little of its potential. I feel that this country with the proper leadership can go on to become what it once was.
What should it be?
It should really be a country that gets the respect of other countries.
Is respect the most important thing in your opinion?
Well, respect can lead to other things. When you get the respect of the other countries, then the other countries tend to do a little bit as you do, and you can create the right attitudes.
For some people, the ultimate goal in life has been becoming the President of the United States. Would you like to be the President of the United States?
I really don't believe I would, Rona, but I would like to see somebody as the President who could do the job, and there are very capable people in this country.
Why wouldn't someone like yourself run for political office? You have all the money that you possibly need. You've accomplished a great deal, even though you are only 34. I know there's a lot of things that you possibly can do in the years ahead. Why wouldn't you dedicate yourself to public service?
Because I think it's a very mean life. I would love and I would dedicate my life to this country, but I see it as being a mean life, and I also see it as somebody with strong views and somebody with the kind of views that are maybe a little bit unpopular, which may be right, but may be unpopular, wouldn't necessarily have a chance of getting elected against somebody with no great brain but a big smile. And that's a sad commentary for the political process.
Chosen ones never blended. Your spirit knows you were never ordinary. While others were being formed, you were being forged. While they got blessings, you got battles. While they got platforms, you were in despair. But here's the secret hell doesn't want you to know. Your despair was never punishment. It was preparation. Because chosen ones aren't put on display. They're put through the fire. Because those who survive the furnace can carry the flame. There is a reason the enemy fucked with your mind. Why betrayal hits you harder than most. Why you're tired yet unbroken. Crushed but never destroyed. For you were chosen. Not by man, not by even religion, bloodline, or birthright. but by a God who whispered your name before you were born. There is something embedded in you that hell can't delete. A divine code that screams untouchable. Because God was protecting what he hadn't unleashed yet. But now it's your turn.
But what you just mentioned was really the key point here, which again, the mainstream media won't pay attention to, which is Russia believed, or the Russia actually claimed to have had very, very negative and derogatory information about Hillary Clinton. That if they had chosen to release that in the weeks leading up to that November 2016 election, it would have very likely had a devastating effect on her campaign.
Totally. I mean, that she was addicted to tranquilizers.
Yes.
And then you now look at that footage of her at the 9/11 ceremony in New York being sort of staggering towards her van and having to be pushed in there. And now you look at that with different eyes.
That's right.
If that's correct, that she was on tranquilizers. And there was a whole lot of other negative, that she had a strange hysteria, sort of laughing and crying, and what other sorts of negative things?
That essentially the documents that Russia claimed they had portrayed Hillary Clinton as having mental health challenges that would result in fits of laughter and fits of rage. It also pointed out some very specific physical health concerns that apparently leaders within the DNC were discussing amongst each other.
That's right. This wasn't invented intelligence like the Steele dossier. This was supposedly emails
and communication among senior DNC officials that Russia claimed to have in their possession. So the point here is that if Putin and Russia aspired to help Trump get elected, which is what the manufactured January 2017 intelligence community assessment says with high confidence, according to Brennan and Clapper, then Putin would have released the most damaging information and emails to help President Trump leading up to that November 2016 election. The fact is, the opposite is true. It was intentionally withheld and not released because they assumed that Hillary Clinton would win that election. And their plan, according to these documents that were found in an investigation the House Intelligence Committee conducted into the CIA's creation of this January 2017 assessment, is that Russia had decided to wait until Hillary Clinton won the election and wait until maybe days or weeks before her inauguration to release these documents once again, to sow chaos and discord in America and to undermine her presidency before she would even have the opportunity to take the oath of office.
What's the relationship between Macron and Justin Trudeau? They just remind me of each other. They seem like they're from the same factory line assembly, World Economic Forum.
Macron is very clearly a homosexual. I think that's very obvious. People have come out and talked about sleeping with him. Men, he's never sued them for anything. Very weird.
Really?
Oh, yeah. When he became president, there was and I'm blanking on his name. He came out and spoke and said, watch out for Macron. He's got some issues. He said that he was a part of a sex party with him. Macron never disputed it. And since he likes to sue for defamation, that would have been a pretty good one to go after if a guy is saying he slept with you and that you have mental issues, like that he's like almost like a masochist in many ways.
Her missing emails.
Yes, exactly. And so when people look at the newly declassified Durham appendix, you'll see a number of quite shocking statements in there coming from people like then DNC chairwoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz, talking about how, and I'm paraphrasing here, but, Hillary Clinton's emails were deleted just in time. Statements like that, references towards some of Hillary Clinton's most senior advisors saying, hey, let's use the Russia play against Trump in order to diminish the attention that's going to Hillary Clinton's emails. And it actually points to statements about how Hillary herself approved one of these plans that was put forward again before her to heighten tensions around this Russia hoax, this alleged Russia collusion with Donald Trump, to draw attention away from her and away from the controversy that was surrounding her at that time. These documents also show that President Obama was briefed on this before the election, and how at that point in time, he talked about how he didn't want his legacy to be tainted by Hillary Clinton and her controversy, and claimed to want to stay out of it. Obviously, at a certain point, he made a different decision, but it really, again, starts to lay the groundwork for how we see at the highest levels of power in our country. Remember, Hillary Clinton was the Secretary of State. We see at the highest levels of power in our country how this narrative was very intentionally used, and some intelligence pointing to the use of foreign agents or assets to assist in this narrative that, again, was in essence executed to undermine President Trump's candidacy and to advance Hillary Clinton into the presidency.
State. Well, California would lose like 5 seats if they did a fair census. And even beyond that, the Biden census gypped Florida of at least 1 seat. We only got 1 seat in the last census. Are you trying to tell me that Florida only had 1 seat in that? We should have had at least 2. Texas should have had another one. That could be the difference in the House of Representatives and the majority. So I would love for them to redo the census for 26. My legislature will redistrict those lines. We'll get it to where it's fair. But as it's right now, this country is not fairly apportioned. I've got so many more millions of people in Florida that have representation because of that flawed census.
Mr. President, I think it's going to do very well. A lot of people, I don't know if you've heard about it, it's captivated the country. Everybody wants it.
Sorry to keep you, but there's so much to ask you. UFOs. There's been a lot of...
My husband is in the corner, for the record, pumping his fist right now that you're asking this question.
So, I mean, is there anything... We've had some declassification of some very strange videos that look like they are, unidentified flying objects. Is there anything in the files that you think you could find or you have found?
Nothing that I'm prepared to talk about today.
So watch this space.
Say what?
Watch this space.
We are I'm just going to say this. We're continuing to look for the truth, and share that truth with the American people.
The truth is out there.
Yes, it is.
So do you believe that there could be aliens?
I honestly, like, my personal belief. I have my own views and opinions.
Right.
In this role, I got to be careful with what I share.
Very interesting. and
I'm laughing. My husband's laughing in the corner because we have these same conversations, and obviously I don't share any classified information. Outside of my building with those who have clearances, but this is fun that he's here to watch this right now.
And the New Jersey, the strange objects over New Jersey were drones.
I still have a lot of questions around that.
Yeah.
I've heard what the public official line is. I just personally still have a lot of questions that are unanswered.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't just New Jersey. It was happening in different parts of the country.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. And we had the Chinese spy balloon. I mean, who knows what the Chinese could be sending over?
There's a lot of classified information about that.
Wow. So many questions.
Democrats have gerrymandered the vote beyond recognition to try to maintain their advantage in the House elections. On top of that, let's not forget, Democrats rigged the 2020 census by including illegal aliens. Remember, they sued Donald Trump. They sued the administration. They fought tooth and nail to include illegal aliens in the census. 20 to 30 of House Democrat seats wouldn't exist but for illegal aliens. Texas is taking just a small corrective step against this ocean of fraud, this ocean of abuse by the corrupt Democrat Party.
Bring a good feeling, ain't had in such a long time. Save my life, I'm going down for the last time. Save my life, I'm going down for the last time. Save my life, I'm going down for the last time. Save my life, I'm going down for the last time. Save my life, I'm going down for the last time. Save my life, I'm going down for the last
$1.5 billion.
Well, now that's just insane.
These fucking vultures are trying to pluck my eyes out.
Have you talked to Rudy yet?
Rudy was the one who told me.
That's the price. I mean, what do you want me to say? It's 1.5. It's just what it is.
This is just... When big things move, all parties have to be mutually, Well, it goes without saying, somebody is incredibly miffed you made that
Miffed?
deal.
My guys told me 150 million tops. If I can't get that shit out of those walls for less than 1.5 billion, I'm fakakta. You understand? I never should have listened to you.
I never told you to buy 2 towers of Babel filled with asbestos. Nothing in New York real estate is that easy. You weren't buying a fucking deli.
I don't have 1.5. I need that shit out of the walls, or I need those buildings
Which
gone.
I told you is never gonna happen. The demolition will probably cost more than it did to build the fucking things.
See? Fakakta. At this point, it costs less to get someone to fly fucking planes into the building and collect the insurance.
For that, you'd need terrorism insurance.
I'll call you back. Deborah!
I'm right here, sir.
Oh, I need you to find out what kind of terrorism insurance we've got on those piece of shit towers.
Mr. Vice President, I've got an interesting idea I'd like to propose to you.
Did somebody order a false flag operation?
Get him whatever he wants. I just want him to feel like he's part of the team. Just pull it already.
And then when France doesn't join, we're going to call them Freedom Fries.
So I found this fucking passport over there. It's kind of burnt up, but not too bad considering it came from a fucking plane crash. Am I right? And not for nothing, but I already checked it, and it's a fucking Saudi Arabian guy. It's definitely probably one of the terrorists, you know, because, well, I mean, fucking come on here.
Even enemies need to agree sometimes.
And if you call it the global war on terrorism, I mean terrorism can be anywhere. So now you can fight everywhere. It's gonna be great. So that's the plan so far. Be honest. What do you guys think?
I'll tell you, Dick, Daddy's going to think this is just so cool, you know? It's like getting the band back together.
I just got a call from one of my buddies. He's active duty Air Force stationed at Anderson Base in Guam. And what he told me, you're not going to hear it in the news. Follow and hear this all the way through. He's been active duty for 12 years, a staff sergeant in logistics stationed at Anderson Air Force Base. He's not some intel officer. He's the guy who sees what gets loaded, when, and how fast. And right now, he says it's different. He said, quote, something big is coming. They've never moved this much gear this fast without broadcasting it to allies. Over the last 72 hours, he's watched entire fleets get repositioned, fuel dumps refilled, runway activity spiking at 3 a.m., and aircraft normally stored for inspection suddenly prepped and rolled out. Then he said the line that shook me. They're loading like we're not coming back. Now maybe it's just a drill or some routine op that we're not cleared to know about. But you tell me, why the silence? Why the urgency? And why now? If you've got military friends seeing anything weird, comment below. We're connecting dots in real time. In spite of the noise, some truth still whispers, and if you know where to listen, they're loud as sirens.
Subpoenas that went out, those are set to make their way into D.C. towards the end of August, perhaps even September. But I've also heard, hey, even though we got these subpoenas and we're going to bring them in for questioning, getting indictments is one thing, getting a conviction on some things are another. And if you turn your attention to all of the Epstein information with Bill and Hillary Clinton coming in here as well, there's a lot to uncover there. It's a lot to unpack with this investigation. I've got some sources, some independent journalists that have really put a lot of time in this. Look out for money laundering charges and the interest going towards Hillary and Bill Clinton.
Woo, that's some juicy stuff right there. Well, Brian Glenn, thank you as always, my good friend. Good to see you. And we'll be right back with more Human Events in just 2 short minutes.
To tell you that one of the companies in Washington that attorney set up is a medical coding research company. What if I told you Obamacare was set up for one reason and one reason only, and that's to traffic children? Obamacare. It's the only reason it was set up. What if I told you that they invested so much money, they built 3 supercomputers in the university in Austin, Texas, that a mother can go to her gynecologist, find out that she's pregnant, and the moment he puts in the code, the child traffickers are following that mother, their pregnancy. They know whether she's going to get an abortion, whether she has a live birth. They follow the kid through the first few years of school. They know if it's got blonde hair, blue eyes, or red hair, green eyes, or whatever. And what if they got blood type, DNA, all your medical records? So Obamacare coding system removed doctor-patient confidentiality from the United States and the world. Don't think it just happened here. It happened all over the world in every United Nations country when that was passed. We started it. So it's a 5-digit coding system with over 80,000 codes. We call it medical kidnapping in this country. I have parents that have walked into Phoenix Children's Hospital, and they can be up there talking to their doctor. Their doctor writes stuff down in his notes. He hands it to the medical coding expert in his office. She takes it. She puts it in the computer. CPS and the Superior Court of Arizona leases space in the basement of the hospital. A red flag pops up on the CPS agent's computer down there. She has every medical record, the home address, the parent's name, everything. She can cut, paste, put it on her documents in order to remove, walk it next door to the judge, have him sign it, get in the elevator, be upstairs within 5 minutes taking the child.
Fox News alert. Authorities in Florida have arrested a heavily armed man at Palm Beach International Airport, which the president uses when he visits Mar-a-Lago. Michael Rodriguez was caught with a fully loaded AR-15 and several knives in his car, which was parked in a restricted area. The president wasn't in Florida during the arrest. Meanwhile, in Pennsylvania, the DOJ just announced charges against a man who repeatedly threatened to assassinate Trump online. Jacob Buckley posted this: "I hate MAGA Republicans, bro. On God, I'll kill all of them. I'm going to kill Trump. And bro, we're going into a literal oligarchy in 4 days, and I'm going to kill Trump." And there was just a very strange development in the case against wannabe Trump assassin Ryan Ruth. A judge blocked Ruth from reviewing classified information related to the case. Its disclosure could cause serious damage or exceptionally grave damages to the national security of the United States. Damage national security. What could that possibly be? I thought Ruth was a crackpot lone wolf. Does this classified material have anything to do with the multiple run-ins with government agencies like the State Department, the CIA, and Homeland Security? We'll continue to investigate. So
Hey everybody, Dean Cain here. And for those who don't know, I am a sworn law enforcement officer as well as being a filmmaker. I felt it was important to join with our first responders to help secure the safety of all Americans, not just talk about it. So I joined up. And here's your opportunity to join ICE. You can earn lots of great benefits and pay. Yet since President Trump took office, ICE has arrested hundreds of thousands of criminals, including terrorists, rapists, murderers, pedophiles, MS-13 gang members, drug traffickers, you name it. Very dangerous people who are no longer on the streets. You can defend your homeland and get great benefits like a $50,000 signing bonus. Think about that. Student loan repayment legally. Enhanced retirement benefits and special pay for those in the field operations and law enforcement roles. I don't get that special pay, but you also don't need an undergraduate degree. You can get to work right away. So if you want to help save America, ICE is arresting the worst of the worst and removing them from America's streets. I like that. I voted for that. They need your help. We need your help to protect our homeland and our families. So check into it, as I said, and join today if it's something that tickles your fancy, because we can use you.
Well, good evening. Hello, George Washington here. Yes, that George Washington. I'm here with some exciting news. Archaeologists working at Mount Vernon discovered some preserved cherries in the basement. And right now, the USDA, through their greatest and most experienced researchers on the project, and they've been analyzing the stems, the pits, and to see exactly what cultivar of cherry they are. And I hope you'll come join us as we celebrate America the Beautiful and the history, the rich history of our agriculture here in the States.
Waiting, watching the clock, it's 4 o'clock, it's got to stop. Tell him, take no more. She practices her speech as he opens the door. She rolls over, pretends to sleep as he looks her over. She lies and says she's in overtime, can't find a better man. She dreams in color, she dreams in red. Can't find a better man. Can't find a better man. Can't find a better man. Talking to herself.
Breaking news here on XNN. President Donald J. Trump has announced the Department of Commerce to immediately begin work on the new census. And this census will not include counting illegal aliens. What a great idea. Who would have thought of that? Only President Donald J. Trump. Thank you.
Breaking news on XNN. We truly have a demonic story for you today. Down in Fairfax County, Virginia, several school officials are being investigated at the Centerville High School for allegedly setting up and bankrolling abortions for students without parental consent. What is happening to our school system? And why do school officials feel the need to go behind the backs of parents? These people are truly demonic.
So for anybody who's got teachers in their family in Oklahoma, this is a story you'll probably want to listen to, because there are teachers that are relocating there from progressive states who will now be evaluated on the America First agenda. Oklahoma as a state now is going to require new teachers pass an America First test to keep their license. They're going to have knowledge of the U.S. Constitution, an understanding of American exceptionalism, a grasp of fundamental biological differences between boys and girls. Perhaps for some, this sounds like common sense.
It's called science and history.
I have many teachers in the family in Oklahoma, so I'll have to get their thoughts on all of this. But I don't know. See any problems with this, Griff?
Well, no. If you're from a progressive state, you're coming from New York, you're coming from California, you're coming from Illinois, this is what you're going to have to do. In fact, the Oklahoma State School Superintendent had this to say about it.
President Trump is the one fighting for fairness and keeping the rest of the country from becoming this woke dumpster fire that's in California. That's why we announced today, if you're going to come from California to Oklahoma to teach, we're going to make sure you take a test and understand basic biology before we let you in a classroom. We partnered with PragerU on this and said, hey, if you don't know the difference between a boy and a girl, you're not teaching our kids. Gavin Newsom has warped their entire school system there in California.
I mean, when you ran for the presidency in 2020, she called you a Russian asset. Why did she not like you back then? You were a Democrat.
There are a few reasons, yes. There are a few reasons. Number one, Hillary Clinton, as I said then, was the queen of warmongers.
Right.
So from a fundamental foreign policy view, what she was advocating for the American foreign policy to be versus what I was advocating for could not have been more different and diametrically opposed.
Libya, for instance, when she was chortling about the brutal death of Gaddafi.
Which is just every time I see that video of her in that interview, really, as you said, we saw and
he died.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He died.
And then she
laughing about it.
Yeah.
It's
psychopathic.
It's to think about someone like her assuming the role of the president and commander in chief and sitting in the Oval Office is actually quite terrifying when we look at the safety and security of the American people. And I just think about the courageous men and women I've had the privilege of serving alongside in the military, and whose lives are the ones who are put on the line when you have people like her and those who share her views in positions of power to make decisions about war and peace and life and death. So, substantively, my views are diametrically opposed to hers on foreign policy and many other issues. But also back, it was because of that as then I was a vice chair of the Democratic National Committee back in 2016. And, I had started to see from the inside so much of what was wrong within the National Democratic Party, but made a decision at that time where, the scales were being tilted heavily for Hillary Clinton by then DNC chair Debbie Wasserman Schultz. But also seeing how the mainstream media was complicit in this, because even as they touted Hillary Clinton as, and you remember, the most qualified candidate ever to run for president in our nation's history, That's a high bar.
Yes.
That's a very high bar. And yet when you look at her actual record, they would list off all of these titles, these fancy titles that she's carried, but none of them actually looked at her record of what her policies were as a U.S. Senator, what her votes were, what her actions were around foreign policy, that would qualify her to be, the most qualified person ever to be commander in chief. They never got into any kind of detail or below the surface on her record as Secretary of State either. The kinds of things, Libya is one example. There are many others that you could point to of where her decisions, her advice, her engagements, ultimately, when it comes right down to it, made our country less safe. And
AP, as far as I know, I was the first staffer to erase information from a story because we were threatened by Hamas, which happened at the very end of 2008. We had a great reporter in Gaza, a Palestinian, who had always been really an excellent reporter. We had a detail in a story. The detail was a crucial one. It was that Hamas fighters were dressed as civilians and were being counted as civilians in the death toll. An important thing to know, that went out in an AP story. The reporter called me a few hours later. It was clear that someone had spoken to him. And he told me, I was on the desk in Jerusalem, so I was kind of writing the story from the main bureau in Jerusalem. And he said, Mati, you have to take that detail out of the story. And it was clear that someone had threatened him. I took the detail out of the story. I suggested to our editors that we note in an editor's note that we were now complying with Hamas censorship. I was overruled. And from that point in time, the AP, like all of its sister organizations, collaborates with Hamas censorship in Gaza. What does that mean? You'll see a lot of dead civilians and you won't see dead militants. You won't have a clear idea of what the Hamas military strategy is. And this is the kicker, the center of the coverage will be a number, a casualty number that is provided to the press by something called the Gaza Health Ministry, which is Hamas. And we've been doing that since 2008. And it's a way of basically settling the story before you get into any other information. Because when you put, when you say 50 Palestinians were killed and 1 Israeli on a given day, it doesn't matter what else you say. The numbers kind of tell their own story, and it's a way of kind of settling the story with something that sounds like a concrete statistic. And the statistic is being, given to us by one of the combatant sides. But because the reporters sympathize with that side, they're happy to play along. So since 2008, certainly since 2014, when we had another serious war in Gaza, the press has not been covering in Gaza. The press has been essentially an amplifier for one of the most poisonous ideologies on earth. Hamas has figured out how to make the press amplify its messaging rather than covering Hamas. There are no Western reporters in Gaza. All of the reporters in Gaza are Palestinians, and those people fall into 3 categories. Some of them identify with Hamas. Some of them are intimidated by Hamas and won't cross Hamas, which makes a lot of sense. I wouldn't want to cross Hamas either. And the third category is people who actually belong to Hamas. That's where the information from Gaza is coming from. And if you're credulous, then of course you're going to get a story that makes Israel look pretty bad.
To make you mad. On March 15, 2023, the U.S. government finally released a report it had suppressed since May of 22 on the effects of fluoride on our kids. It took a lawsuit to get the results of this 6-month review of dozens and dozens of studies, which was funded by the taxpayers. Here's the conclusion I pulled right off page 467 of the report. The consistency of the data supports an inverse association between fluoride exposure and children's IQ. That means as fluoride goes up from drinking water, toothpaste, dental cleanings, whatever, IQ goes down in the developing brains of our kids. Now, who would want to block access to that information from the public? Oh, probably dentists. There are arguments both ways on fluoride and tooth decay, but nobody expected neurological damage. And withholding information is never, ever the answer to anything. Shame on those who'd even consider it. I think it's finally time to stop putting fluoride in our drinking water. Dentists be damned. People can choose to supplement it with tablets if they want, but they can't really choose not to drink the city water, right? Something like 98% of the Western world doesn't drink fluoridated water, and there's no outcry that their kids' teeth are rotting out of their mouths. You can filter fluoride out of your drinking water with a reverse osmosis system, a distillation system, or an ion exchange type of filtration. Let's help our kids keep their smarts. We worked hard to give that to them.
Valley Health Center presents Sex Ed Camp. Does this title of this camp make you squirrely? If so, this might be the perfect camp for your kid. We teach your kid what they won't in public school. What do we offer? Well, we groom your child and affirm them into the world of more than binary sexes. We will teach your kids why puberty is a mystery and the drugs they can take to stop it. We help your child navigate their sexual feelings and how to give others consent to have sex using communication. We go over how to experience the world with their changing bodies. There's also the lessons of self-love, aka masturbation. But we go over so much more.
Meet your camp counselors. Christy Buckhart, Director of Operations, She, Her. From a young age, Christy was committed to advocating for women's rights and body autonomy. Her own abortion as a teenager deeply shaped her understanding of reproductive freedom, fueling her lifelong dedication to the cause. Grace Hawkins, Education Programs Manager, She, Her. Grace's path to becoming a sex educator was shaped by her upbringing in Missouri, where she received contrasting messages about sex, fear-based abstinence in school, and more well-rounded approach from her family. This early dick economy sparked her passion for universal reproductive health care and rights.
Brought to you by
up to a dozen gang members. Viewer warning, the image we're about to show you is bloody. Elon Musk says Edward Korestein, known as Big Balls, was assaulted after trying to stop a gang from assaulting a woman in her car. The woman's now safe, but Korestein is left with a concussion. The president reacted earlier today. Watch.
Somebody from Doge was very badly hurt last night. You saw that. A young man who was beat up by a bunch of thugs in D.C. And either they're going to straighten their act out in the terms of government and in terms of protection, or we're going to have to federalize and run it the way it's supposed to be run.
Random attacks and robberies, nothing new in D.C. We've seen elected officials, government employees, even Biden's granddaughter become victims of the Capitol. If they don't secure the city, Trump will.
Now, let me just really shift gears radically because I want to talk a little bit about the Russia hoax, the Grassley report, and the Durham Annex, which came out last week. I had been working with Senator Grassley's office. I got to give him three cheers because he's been working relentlessly to get out the information about the Russia hoax. And here's what I want to say. I went to prison, as did Steve Bannon, for defending the Constitution. But there isn't a single person associated with the Russia hoax that's been held accountable. And the list is a long one. It goes Obama, Clinton, FBI Director Comey and other people worked there, like Page and Strzok. It involved the intelligence community and Brennan and Clapper. And the importance of the Durham Annex is that ties it all together and brings also in George Soros and his son Alex and the Open Society Foundation. And this is the most sophisticated political scandal that's ever been engineered. No one's been held accountable. Good for Attorney General Pam Bondi for pursuing that. And the most important thing I can tell you, if people are not held accountable for the Russia hoax, they will do it again. If people are not held accountable, they will do it again. And that's what I'm most concerned about. Okay?
I want you guys to know about a 6,000-year-old secret. 6,000 years, mankind has been trying to decipher this one little thing called the flower of life. Have you guys ever seen this before? Now, you know this is one of the oldest symbols in human history, right? This symbol was found in the Temple of Osiris in Egypt, and it had been molecularly burned into the wall. And it's 6,000 years old. This same symbol has been found in the forbidden temples in China, sitting under the fufu dogs. And the foot on it, the flower of life, saying whoever controlled that flower of life controlled the universe. There were secrets in that flower of life that Da Vinci spent his whole life trying to uncover. There were secrets in that flower of life that Newton spent his whole life in secret trying to uncover. The same secrets that Pythagoras was desperately trying to uncover. But the problem was they kept seeing this in a two-dimensional space. They couldn't get it out of this two-dimensional frame, and as a result, they got stuck in this plane, a flat plane. Now, what Da Vinci and all of them wanted to do, they were trying to find a way to bring this flower to life because what is inside of it? Well, apparently, there were secrets inside of it. Shapes, they got the Merkaba and all of those other things out of it. But they were misled by something I think called a straight line. You guys believe in straight lines? You believe there's straight lines in the universe? Well, let me hit you with something. All energy in the universe is expressed in what? It's in motion. If something is still, there's no energy. Kinetic, right? All motion is expressed in what? You look at galaxies. Are they expressed in straight lines? Expressed in vortices. All vortices are expressed in what? Waves. All waves are curved. Show me a straight line in nature. You show me where the platonic solids come from. Where do they have their foundations in our universe? Are there any straight lines? If you look at anything, there are no straight lines. That's been the mistake. We've been looking at these straight lines, this Euclidean way of thinking, and missing the curvature of nature. So here we are, back with the curvature of nature. And we have all these little pieces. Now, this has always been an information system. So compare some of these points. Take a point here and say, well, what's the space in between all of these things? Now, they've said that all the in-between spaces, if this is the Earth and this is the moon right here, all this in-between space is filled with what? A void. There's nothing in the void. Well, I found that there is something in the void. The elementary fundamental particles that they've been searching for at the CERN Collider, the Hadron Collider in CERN, I found that their energy signal.
When was the last time you saw a magazine like this with no words, no titles on the cover? It's a real magazine. But we're trying to highlight something. Because when JFK Jr. made this magazine, our designer, which was the same designer of this magazine, said the moon had to look a specific way. And who knew that was the same moon when Donald Trump gave his famous speech on Mount Rushmore with the fireworks? All right, I get it. I heard the story before. But here's something you might not know, that the next time there hasn't been fireworks 4th of July at Mount Rushmore since Donald Trump spoke there the last time. Well, guess what? In 2026, fireworks will be back at Mount Rushmore. The governor already got it approved, invited Donald Trump to speak. Who knows if he'll show up? Who knows who will show up? But it's very interesting because the moon on 4th of July was waxing gibbous when Trump spoke. Next year, it's the complete opposite.
Okay, I'm going to blow your mind in under 2 minutes. Are you ready? This is how powerful the quantum field is. Did you know that when you look around, everything solid that the human eye can see is actually 0.00001% of what's actually going on? What does this mean? This means that 99.999999% of what is going on is invisible to the human eye. Wait a minute. We live in a universe that is made of atoms. Everything around us, our skin, the walls, the bedding, the air, it's all made of atoms. And each of these atoms has 99.9999% empty space, but it's not empty. Though it's invisible, it is energy. And it is filled with intelligence. What is this? This is the quantum field. The quantum field is not some faraway mystical place. It is literally in everything that you are and everything that you can see. Okay? So when it comes to manifestation, when it comes to the power of thought, when it comes to the power of energetics, when it comes to the power of working with the quantum field to quantum leap to get to where you want to go, why are we limiting ourselves to the evidence that we can see with the human eye when that's 0.00001% of the truth? If you're not working with the quantum field, you're not playing the game right. Let's freaking go.
An entire emerging body of science that links microbiome to mental health, what they call the gut-brain connection. There's these extraordinary studies that have been done in prisons and juvenile detention facilities where they change the foods, and the results are extraordinary. In one juvenile detention facility, and this is pretty typical, the suicide rates went down by 100%. the use of restraints went down by 75%.
When they just changed the food?
When they just changed the diet. There's a professor at Harvard who is curing schizophrenia with dietary changes. And violence went down in prisons by 47%. So one of the things that we're urging governors to do is to look at these areas and to do what they can to start changing the diets in the schools, getting the food dyes out that we know affect behavior. So, there's opportunities now for all of us to live up to our obligation to our children and really give them a chance in life and change not only their physical health, but also their mental health.
Marjorie Taylor Greene dropped the mic on Mr. Fauci.
You represent science, Mr. Fauci.
I am a scientist who uses the scientific method to gain information.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
No, that's not a yes or no answer.
Yes, it's a yes or no.
I don't think it is.
Okay, well, we'll take that as you don't know what you represent. But this, as director of the NIH, you did sign off on these so-called scientific experiments. And as a dog lover, I want to tell you this is disgusting and evil, what you signed off on, and these experiments that happened to beagles paid for by the American taxpayer. And I want you to know Americans don't pay their taxes for animals to be tortured like this. So the type of science that you are representing, Mr. Fauci, is abhorrent. You confess that you made up the COVID rules, including 6 feet social distancing and masking of children.
I never said I made anything up.
You admitted that you made it. You made it up as you
I didn't say I made it up.
So are you saying this is fake news, Mr. Fauci?
I didn't say I made anything up.
What did you say?
I said that it is not based in science and it just appeared.
But this is science. And making up guidelines like 6 feet distancing and masking of children. Do you think that's appropriate? Do the American people deserve to be abused like that, Mr. Fauci? Because you're not doctor, you're Mr. Fauci in my few minutes. No, I don't need your answer. That man does not deserve to have a license. As a matter of fact, it should be revoked and he belongs in prison.
Don't suspend.
Here you are without your mask, where you got to go and enjoy the game and sit right next to people not following the 6 feet of distancing, not wearing your mask, and everyone else was forced to stay home and stop enjoying life. And your science here, your science is displayed perfectly in this picture where children in school were put in plastic bubbles because of your science, your repulsive, evil science. And let's go back to your very own email. You said earlier you don't use email. Oh, you do. Right here. This is your own email where you said the typical mask you buy in the drugstore is not really effective in keeping out virus. I do not recommend that you wear a mask. This is your email. This is your own words. But yet children all over America were forced to wear masks. Healthy children forced to wear masks, muzzled in their schools. And then they were forced to learn from home because of your so-called science and your medical suggestions, while you and all your cronies get paid from Big Pharma. You know what this committee should be doing? We should be recommending you to be prosecuted. We should be writing a criminal referral because you should be prosecuted for crimes against humanity. You belong in prison, Dr. Fauci.
Could ask you that question. I don't know of it, but I think here's the man right here.
I saw a reporter today, and it's completely fake news. We're not meeting to talk about the Epstein situation, and I think the reporter who reported it needs to get better sources.
Look, the whole thing is a hoax. It's put out by the Democrats because we've had the most success.
Listen, there are fake towns on an island in the Pacific Ocean. This island, known as Horizon Isle, is controlled by a private agency called Echelon Dynamics. Okay, listen, they bought the island decades ago to carry out this just horrific social experiment. They populated these towns with a combination of orphans and an arsenal of human embryos, brainwashed them from birth to believe that a global catastrophe had wiped out civilization. The towns are like something out of a 1950s sitcom. Picture-perfect homes, clean streets, smiling neighbors, but the people are fed a constant stream of propaganda through fake news broadcasts, staged emergencies. They think they're the last remnants of humanity living in the only safe haven left on Earth. Every so often, one of the island's inhabitants starts to question things. When this happens, Echelon Dynamics steps in, quickly re-educating them, or in more extreme cases, relocating them.
Make us smart right now. What should the War and Posse be looking for in developments in this case?
I'd be staking out the Justice Department next week to see which U.S. attorney comes to meet with Pam Bondi, because that most likely would be the U.S. attorney that inherits the grand conspiracy case. If I had to guess, I think it's going to be Miami, and then the grand jury will be put in Fort Pierce, Florida, which is the same district where Jack Smith did his business, and the raid on Mar-a-Lago and all of the things that we now know about that. That makes a lot of sense, because that's the back end of the conspiracy. Most grand juries are impaneled where the most current crimes or alleged crimes are believed to have occurred, and then you work your way back to earlier. So I'd be watching for a visit by the Miami U.S. attorney or some team from Miami or Fort Pierce coming up, and then look for some announcement. If that happens, then the grand conspiracy investigation that has already been written as a predicate by the FBI is underway. If they start doing business in Washington, it means they're fragmenting this and maybe not looking at it as a conspiracy. So I'd be watching for that. My gut tells me, based on what I'm hearing behind the scenes from reporting, that the grand conspiracy is the approach that they're taking.
Jim Acosta was only too happy to put this AI version of a dead child on his show and interview him. It was truly jarring. It was so exploitative. It was deeply wrong. I'm going to show you some of it. I do this only so that the audience understands what we're dealing with. Forgive me for showing any portion of it, but I want you to know what it sounded like and looked like. It's SOT 28.
Joaquin, it's Jim Acosta. I was wondering if you could tell me what happened to you.
I appreciate your curiosity. I was taken from this world too soon due to gun violence while at school. It's important to talk about these issues so we can create a safer future for everyone.
Oh my God, Charlie.
Man.
And then one other piece. So then Jim has on Joaquin Oliver, that's the child's name, who's 17, has on his dad, Manny, and has the nerve to talk about how we've never heard from the victims at the Stoneman Douglas mass murder before. Like, what are you saying? They were killed. They're dead. You're doing an AI interview. Listen to this ridiculous comment in SOT 27.
What's amazing about this, Manny, is that, we've heard from the parents, we've heard from the politicians. Now we're hearing from one of the kids. That's important.
Yeah.
That hasn't happened.
Wow. It's shocking. It's shocking, and it's depravity.
Did you guys see this shit? Gavin Newsom, Nancy Pelosi's nephew, or maybe you better know him from the part that he plays as the governor of California, right? Because that's all he is as an actor. Anyhow, this dude just bought a $9.1 million mansion. He paid $600,000 over asking price in this economy. And he didn't buy it personally, no. He bought it through an LLC called MHBD, created 2 days before the close of escrow, for tax reasons. And that LLC, it's managed by his wife, and MHBD, those are the initials of his kids. But check this out. Daniel Pritzker is the seller, right? And if that name sounds familiar, it's because he's a billionaire heir to the Hyatt Hotel's fortune, and he's the cousin of the Illinois governor, J.D. Pritzker. You can't make this shit up. We're talking about 6 bedrooms, 5.5 bathrooms, spa, pool, guest house, views of Mount Tamalpais. And Newsom buys this during a housing crisis and pays $600,000 over asking. And this is the guy who's trying to lecture you about equity? Give me a fucking break. This guy's pretending to be for the people. He's for himself and for his people. And this isn't the first time that he's used loopholes to avoid paying the same taxes that he's levying against his own constituents. So kind of one of those things where it's like rules for you, but not for me. Look, in 2018, good old Gavin bought himself a $3.7 million mansion in Fair Oaks through another LLC that's tied to his cousin. And that property was gifted to himself from the LLC in 2019, which let him sidestep the taxes. And in 2020, they pulled out $2.7 million in a cash-out refinance. Meanwhile, if you inherit your parents' home in California, get ready to be taxed into the ground. Can't afford the new property tax? Well, then just sell the house that your family grew up in. You want to leave your kids a small business? Well, they're going to bury it in death taxes. They'll crush you with regulations while transferring millions behind closed doors. It's a club, and you're not in it. They launder power through politics. They move money through shell companies, and they smile in your face while they rob you blind. But sure, let's keep pretending that this is somehow about public service and how he's taking care of his people. This guy supports policies that gut generational wealth for middle-class families while he exploits every workaround possible. Newsom isn't some random dude playing the game. He's the guy making the rules, and he punishes middle-class Californians for doing the exact kind of stuff that he built his wealth on. No one's mad that you used a loophole, Gavin. They're mad that you slammed them shut behind you after crawling through. That's the truth.
And then also, though, a sin is a sin. So why is that sin any other than it is of the body, any different than me lying or cheating or adultery and all that?
True, a sin is a sin, but I think the Bible very clearly addresses homosexuality, and I think that if you know it's wrong, you shouldn't continue to do it. I don't think it's a free pass to be like, oh, I know it's a sin, but Jesus forgives me, so I can continue on.
I don't think so. I know that people are born with different things. I'm not totally against saying that they were born that way, because some people are born with both female and male organs. I can't think of
tiny percentage of.
Well, I mean, still though, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I just think it's gotten to a whole new level of trying to transition people into the opposite gender, the normalization of that, especially trying to teach that to children in schools. I mean, it's just absolutely.
Yeah, I think that, kids should be aware, but going in and having school plays and, like I have a nephew who's a drag queen.
You do?
I do.
How old is he?
He's 30-some, and he's married.
To a man?
Yes.
Oh, my.
Yeah. And I've been to one of his shows. I say the first and the last, twice, first and the last.
Okay.
I'm not into that.
Okay.
But a very artistic and very intelligent, very giving young man. Actually, he's one of the main leaders at a Presbyterian church.
Hold on, you're telling me your homosexual nephew, who is also a drag performer, is a leader at his Presbyterian church?
Absolutely. And his people, his fellow parishioners, have gone to his performances.
So let me ask you this. If drag performers and, homosexuals are actively participating and leading in the church, I mean, the Bible's very clear about it. Those who lead and, teach about Jesus are held to a much higher standard. And if they teach wrongly, then there is harsh punishments. But if we're allowing these types of people to lead in the church, how does that make the church any different from the world? I mean, that's just basically embracing sin and every worldly activity and saying that's okay.
I think they are taking the approach that Jesus loves them. And he does love everybody.
I think that's man's manipulation of scripture and the Lord's word. That's just my opinion.
Preacher's daughter.
I'm actually not. I tell you, I'm actually very passionate about speaking about Jesus because I lived a life of sin for a long time, and I wasn't saved by Jesus until I was 30 years old. And so I lived 30 years of debauchery, sin, terrible behavior, and thank God the Lord pulled me out of that, and I'm so grateful. He's changed my life so radically since I was saved, and so I'm very passionate about, being compassionate for others that are living in sin, but also trying to hold firm on true biblical values and not conform with the ways of the world and embrace behavior that is, strictly prohibited in Scripture.
One foot on the brake and one on the gas. Welcome, Patriots, and God bless you. Got a little distracted there. There we go. Can you see me now? Good. It's so hot up here. So yesterday we talked about the Democrats that fled Texas like the cowards that they are. And they're here hanging out with Governor Pritzker in Illinois. And Pritzker talked about redistricting and how absurd it was because it's typically only done after a census. And we said, why not have a new census? You've deported all these people. But more so than that, Trump's one up in it, and he's just going to have a census not allowing any of the legals on the census. I think this is hilarious. I kind of got a good kick out of it today. Trump takes action to launch a new census, excluding illegal immigrants, aiming for accuracy based on 2024 election data. People who are in our country illegally will not be counted in the census. This has the potential to really change the map. Here's some of the numbers from the last census. 2020, 331 million. 2024, 340 million. Current estimated population, 342 million. Interesting. Let's take a look at this story here.
The census for citizens only. President Trump is issuing a new order to his government to take a new measurement of the country and to leave undocumented immigrants out of the calculations. Is there an actual plan behind this, or was this sort of one of those Donald Trump posts that he hopes people follow along with?
I think it's the latter, Dana. It's very unclear as of now whether or not his team is going to try and move forward with this. But also, I mean, this is something we've seen before from the president himself. I remind you, back in 2020, in the lead up to that census, the president was fighting repeatedly to try and insert a citizen question into that. It would be the first time that was changed since 1950. Now, ultimately, the Supreme Court had blocked it.
They really think, I mean, shame on them. You see how they're making it seem so like it's nothing. It's CNN for you. And I hate to tell him, but he's going to follow through on it. I guarantee you he's going to follow through on it. I have no doubt he'll follow through on it. A U.S. Army soldier was arrested on Wednesday for attempting to provide classified information about the main American battle tank to Russia. The Justice Department said that would be the Abrams there. Let's take a quick look at this story, and I got to pull this up real quick. Been messing around with my computer all day, and I got everything messed up.
Have you been researching dental implants? Here's the part no one likes to hear. You could be wearing those temporaries for up to 10 months.
God.
Well, closer to home, a 22-year-old Army soldier was arrested Wednesday, now charged with trying to send sensitive information about U.S. battle tanks to Russia. Federal prosecutors say Taylor Lee sent technical information about the M1A2 Abrams tank to Russia online in June. Well, according to the DOJ, Lee is an active duty service member with a very high top secret clearance stationed at Fort Bliss in El Paso. Prosecutors allege in July, Lee attempted to provide sensitive information on tank vulnerabilities to a person he believed was a Russian intelligence officer. Well, the information Lee provided about the tank could have been useful for Russia because the U.S. has provided a version of the tank to Ukraine. Lee is now in federal custody without bond.
Interesting. We've already provided a version of that to Ukraine. I bet they didn't think that through when they did that. All right, moving forward. And sorry I'm unorganized today, guys. I know I say that all the time, but it's been a long one. Russia says Trump Putin meeting due in coming days. There's sort of some back and forth on this, whether it's confirmed or not. I mean, it sounds pretty confirmed, but Trump would only attend such a meeting if all the sides will agree to end the war. And I think he really wants Zelensky to be there as well. So I don't know if this is confirmed or not. Putin says United Arab Emirates could host the meeting with Trump. So kind of got to wait and see on this one.
Trump-Putin meeting, what can we expect? What needs to happen before the two actually sit down?
Yes, the Kremlin said this morning that they're working out the details with the American side, that they've agreed that there'll be a meeting within the next few days. He said they're working on next week. They've decided on a venue, though he hasn't disclosed that yet. And he said that Witkoff raised the idea of a trilateral meeting involving not only Putin, Trump, but also Ukrainian President Zelensky, but that Russia hadn't really responded on that question, that they're focused on the bilateral talks between Putin and Trump.
Do you guys think this meeting will happen? And I'm just asking because if there were a narrative being written out or a standoff coming, it wouldn't make sense really to, push peace quite yet. Oh, what did I do with that? I lost this picture. I wanted to show you this. Oh, no, what did I do with it? Talking about the potentiality of Obama getting arrested Saturday. And I totally lost where it was. We'll come back around to that. The United Kingdom says they've caught their first migrants under the treaty with France. What is that treaty, you might ask, in case you didn't remember?
For the first time, illegal migrants crossing the channel on small boats have been detained under a new agreement between the UK and France. The migrants have been taken to immigration removal centres with a view to being deported back to France under the so-called one-in, one-out reciprocal agreement with the French authorities. Here's our reporter, Simon Jones.
The crossings have continued, but with a difference. For the first time under the new returns deal, some of those picked up in the channel by the border force and brought to Dover yesterday are now being held and face being sent back to France. The government won't say how many. It claims that information could be exploited by the smuggling gangs. Critics believe it's because the numbers are very small.
The first migrants who've arrived on the small boats are now in detention. We will then swiftly make the referrals to France, and that process will now start to be able to return people to France. It's the beginning of the pilot, and it will build as well over time. But we're also clear that France is a safe country, so we will robustly defend against any legal challenge that people try, and we do expect for people to start being returned in a matter of weeks.
Europe's going to have a lot of problems down the line if they don't get a hold on the migrant problem, and I fear it's a bit more of a difficult issue over there. United Airlines flights were grounded in the U.S. today. See if I can bring that up real quick. It's one of the videos I lost and had to pull back up via the other method. Oh, what a day, guys. Hope you guys are having a good day. I'm not having a bad day. I'm just having a long day.
Let our mold remover gel do the hard work.
This incredible product eliminates stubborn mold and mildew in seconds without any scrubbing.
Well, developing this morning, United Airlines up and running again after a technical issue forced ground stops at several major U.S. airports, including SFO.
Today in the Bay's Tom Jensen is live at SFO, where some passengers face canceled and delayed flights last night. And Tom, are you still seeing some of the residual effects this morning?
Good morning. There definitely is 17 canceled flights, United flights here at SFO today. 12 of those are arrivals. 5 of them are departures that are canceled. We talked to a couple who flew in here last night, and they were stuck here all night long coming in from Boston without accommodations, having to sleep in the airport. The FAA says United asked for the ground stops here at SFO and multiple major airports across the U.S. and Canada after a glitch in the system that houses flight times, weights, and other critical data. Hundreds of flights and thousands of passengers across the nation and Canada were impacted. It all started a little after 4 our time Wednesday afternoon, and United sent out a notice about 4 hours later saying the issue had been resolved and they
I just don't want to get on a plane now. Computer errors, all kinds of errors. I was thinking about something from the intro. There was a video in there from a guy talking about how since 2008, think about that year, Hamas has had almost a certain level of control over our media here. Why is that extremely important right now? Put all this together with me. 2008, what happened? Well, that's when Obama got elected, all right? You got Muslim Brotherhood, all these ISIS, blah, blah, blah. Suddenly, Hamas has huge influence over our media. What are the chances that's still going on? And I'm just saying that because we've watched nothing but a whole lot of Israel versus Hamas for the past couple years, totaling 60,000 dead people, or is it? Now you have to ask a whole new set of questions, and it's frustrating, isn't it? It's just a whole different way to look at that issue. Who's playing who? Like I said the other day, people are sort of all mad about Israel, but are we completely overlooking another giant issue in doing so? Maybe we should be paying better attention to both. Trump said, now that the nuclear arsenal being created by Iran has been totally obliterated, it is very important to me that all Middle Eastern countries join the Abraham Accords. This will ensure peace in the Middle East. And I'm sure that's his plan. But again, all eyes have been on Israel, where there's some back and forth today. There was this article, it came out first. Israel doesn't want to keep or govern Gaza. And this one says, there it is. Netanyahu says he intends to take over all of Gaza. We'll listen to what he says here.
Will Israel take control of all of Gaza?
We intend to, in order to assure our security, remove Hamas there, enable the population to be free of Gaza, and to pass it to civilian governance. That is not Hamas and not anyone advocating the destruction of Israel. That's what we want to do. We want to liberate ourselves and liberate the people of Gaza from the awful terror of Hamas.
Do you wonder if that's even a possibility? Because you take a place with 2 million people, you go in and brutally kill 60,000 of them, if the story is accurate. You just probably created 3 new Hamases down the way. That's what violence causes. So I don't know. It's a weird story there, but I have a feeling we will circle back to it, Chris. No, I'm not circle back, Jack. I'm totally unorganized, Jack. Sometimes I think when I put more time into this show that I just get more unorganized. I work better on time crunches, I think. All right. Moving forward here. By the way, as far as I know, everything's still on with Juan tomorrow night. I hope you're all here to have some fun. again. I know I've said it already. I think it's going to be a fun night, though, and I'm looking forward to it. All right. Also, I just seen that he's going to be on Mel Carmine's show on the 9th. That's where I saw the, it said Obama's arrest, Mel Carmine. That's the name of his show for the 9th. Is that what we're going to see Saturday? Oh, God, wouldn't you guys love it? Would that not be the best weekend ever? Like, I get to talk to Juan Friday night. Saturday morning, they arrest Barack Obama. I mean, I would wake up Sunday and be like, did I die and go to heaven? Okay. Humph. Mr. Kane says, humph. Good to see you, my friend. All right. Trump calls Intel CEO to resign. This is Lip Bhutan. He's demanding that he resign because he's been accused of having deep connections to the Chinese Communist Party. And we will take a look.
President Donald Trump calling on the CEO of Intel to resign. The news comes after Senator Tom Cotton wrote a letter to the company's board about the CEO's ties to China. Bloomberg's Mandeep Singh joins us now. Mandeep, thank you so much for being with us. What do we know? I mean, how much is this something that's been talked about?
Well, I mean, clearly they have sent a letter to the board. And at this point, I feel like they'll look into what sort of investments he has with companies in China. I'm guessing it will be some sort of a minority investment. He's not involved in the day-to-day decision making, but clearly it puts the onus on the board to figure out, what they did do as part of the due diligence. And I think it's too early to say if there will be any action based on this.
Every morning, it seems like we have boards. Who's on the good list, the nice list, and who's on the naughty list when it comes to big tech in the White House? It seems like Tim Cook has really clawed his way back onto the nice list. Is Intel being...
Is there a naughty and nice list in the White House? I didn't know about that. You think I'm on there? Oh, I totally blanked. I blanked. Sorry, guys, I blanked on you. I forgot what I was going to say. You have a hammer, Catherine? Good. Good. Love having you guys here. You guys have no idea how bad I used to stress when I would be like really unorganized and I was still working at the format of the show and it would be near showtime and I'd be like scrambling and, nowadays I don't really have to do that, but I'm just happy to be here with you guys, even if I am unorganized. But I'll tell you what, something's making it harder to do what I do here, and I don't know if it's YouTube or the software that I use to pull these clips, but they're trying to make it so you can't pull clips like that too easily. So I don't know. We'll see where that goes. We may just have to reformat the show a different way, but you got to have steps. We've worked in steps. We've worked hard. Now tomorrow we get Juan. We're going to watch some Juan tonight, too, by the way. There's a good episode. Hopefully I can get it up on screen so it's not just audio, but I'm having a little trouble. That's what I was doing when the show rudely started on me at 7 o'clock. Putin meets India's national security advisor amid the U.S. tariffs. And on top of that, Prime Minister Modi's been meeting with Brazil, and they seem to be coming up with some common ground there. Modi and Lula agreed to enhance cooperation in trade, technology, energy, defense, agricultural, health, and people-to-people ties. Seeing some interesting things happening there. I was thinking about our talk last night about money and silver and XRP and I was thinking back when Russia was trying to put together the BRICS thing, and Trump warned them not to, make BRICS money or whatever. It's almost like Russia was just locking these countries in so they couldn't go and try and do their own thing at the time. There are so many amazing things happening. When I saw the census thing today, I mean, it couldn't get any better. Like, we've gotten to this point where we know what's coming the next day. That's pretty good. That's nice. We've worked a long time to get to this point. So we did mention this. Cambodia's prime minister, he had said he was going to do this anyway. He's nominated Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize.
មួយវិញទៀតក្នុងនាមយើងខ្ញុំជាពលរដ្ឋខ្មែរគឺសូមកោតសរថ្លែងអំណរគុណទៅអារដ្ឋាភិបាលប្រធានាធិបតីសន្តិភាពហើយយើងខ្ញុំយល់ឃើញថាយើងត្រូវតែស្នើសុំដើម្បីអារដ្ឋាភិបាល Donald Trump ទទួលបាននៅពានរង្វាន់សន្តិភាព Peace Nobel Peace Prize ផងដែរ
Do you guys think President Trump will ever win a peace prize? Just curious what you guys think. OpenAI is launching ChatGPT number 5, and it's free, I believe. Let's take a quick look. This is the last video that I have to pull up this way, because like I said, they're making my job a little harder every day. But I wanted you guys just to get a quick overview, and we'll move on.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to get to.
ChatGPT 5 has officially landed, and it's packing some incredible new capabilities. OpenAI says it's their smartest, fastest, and most useful model yet. And today, we're putting those claims to the test. I'm Kevin, and let's dive in. You can start using GPT-5 right now on your computer, and it's completely free. Just head to chatgpt.com and then sign in. GPT-5 is now the default model. If you're on the free plan, you'll have full GPT-5 access until you hit your daily limit.
I gotta
somewhere
say,
around 30
I don't understand it. I don't understand it because doesn't it just pull things from the internet, which you can do yourself? It's just trying to make you lazy. Yeah, he deserves a peace prize. I don't know what the process is like and the type of people you have to go through. As it stands now with the type of TDS out there, I wonder if he would even get a real chance at it, or if they would just take it as one more opportunity to try and embarrass him or say, oh, well, he's a criminal, we're not going to let him come in here, something stupid like that. We're going to watch this media war get worse and worse every day. All right. Elon Musk's SpaceX has signed a historic agreement with the Italian Space Agency to transport experiments to Mars aboard Starship. The missions will carry payloads designed to collect valuable scientific data. President of Italian Space Agency announced. I didn't know they had their own space agency in Italy, frankly. I guess they really probably don't if they're using him mostly. Obama's lawyer, Norm Eisen, admits to orchestrating a coup against Donald Trump through his State Democracy Defenders Fund, formed immediately after the 2020 election and January 6th events. Let's listen in.
My organization, the State Democracy Defenders
Fund, we were born out of the success in stopping the attempted coup of 2020. And I kind of got the people who I admired the most. I worked representing multiple parties fighting in court, but also in the court of public opinion in that unsuccessful effort to reverse the legitimate outcome of the 2020 election. I got the best people together who I thought were the toughest, the smartest, and who won a lot in 2020. And we added in building our organization. We started this immediately after. This work started on January 7th, this new work, 2021, right after the coup failed, when the violent insurrection that Trump inspired on January 6th was defeated. I started combining the most successful coup fighters that I came across in my work in 2020 with experts who had helped study or defeat autocracy internationally. So we went to places over the intervening years like Hungary and Turkey, where the effort to oust an autocrat failed. Why did it fail? What did they fail to do? But we also looked at places like Poland, Brazil, Czech Republic, the country where I served as ambassador, where there were successful ousters in recent years of autocratic regimes. And we came together over that 4-year period with a plan to defeat autocracy. It's not just litigation. Litigation is very important in our peaceful, lawful, vigorous effort. Think of litigation, the courts, as the first guardrail. Donald Trump has been loudly banging into that guardrail in this over 150 cases where we and others have had so many wins. Because we've been winning, that guardrail is holding. But that loud banging is waking up 2 other barriers that lie, 2 other guardrails that lie on the other side of litigation. The next one is political leadership, where we've seen in the United States that elected officials, mostly at the state levels, like the state AGs, they've been going to court, but they've been talking, holding town halls, speaking to the American people. Now Congress.
He does sound a bit like a brain donkey, but you know, I don't know if he's intentionally trying to come out against Obama or not. Probably just covering his own butt, I think, but I don't know. I swear I saw something today saying that it would have been Michael Brian Protzman or Negative 48's birthday today. Any of you guys seen anything about that? I wonder. God bless him. You know, I seen a post today. I think it was from Ben Danklin, talking about how early on he had mentioned, he had shared the video of 48 talking about John F. Kennedy Sr. still being alive, and he said it got him kicked out of the group, and he thought it was because it was too soon to talk about that information. I you know, part of me wonders if Negative 48 and the information he was sharing was just a little too ahead of its time, and they pulled him from his task because it, you know, was either just throwing people off or it just wasn't time yet. I don't know. It's just a theory. Tulsi Gabbard did reveal in this long interview we've seen in the intro that James Clapper was highly involved with manufacturing intelligence about weapons of mass destruction that led to the Iraq War. You know, this stuff's all going to come back around. There's not one crime here that they're going to get away with. Oh, I do have an interesting post we're going to look at here in a few about when Donald Trump joined with the White Hats. It's going to be interesting. You'll like it. Let's get through this first.
And that so many of my friends served in and too many of my friends and too many Americans lost their lives in. James Clapper was on the team that created, that manufactured intelligence assessment that led to the Iraq war, about the Iraq WMDs. He writes about it in his book, saying that he and his team of intelligence analysts created something that was not there. When you look at his actions then, and you look at his actions in 2016 as Obama's director of national intelligence, you see someone who has no problem whatsoever politicizing and manufacturing and weaponizing intelligence for a political outcome.
I was pretty sure somebody would get arrested before Obama. So if there's a possibility of him getting arrested Saturday, could somebody else get arrested tomorrow? I'm just throwing it out there. And I wanted to ask you guys, how will you feel differently about everything going on after you see something like that? Let's say Obama does get arrested Saturday. How will that change how you feel about things? Maybe you're mostly in the MAGA crowd, but you got, some little bit of cold feet here or there. Is it going to change things like that for you? Is what I'm curious about. Will it lock you in? Curious I am. Oh, the China outbreak's getting worse. They're locking down towns over there where people are only allowed to leave if they test negative for the chikungunya virus. CDC issued a travel warning over the viral outbreak in China. In other words, telling you, if you're going on China vacation soon, you might want to reconsider.
Breaking tonight, a viral outbreak in China prompts the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, to issue a travel warning. More than 7,000 cases of this disease have been reported so far. State Department correspondent Jillian Turner has details tonight, live from the State Department. Good evening, Jillian.
Good evening, Brett. The CDC, as you mentioned, is warning Americans traveling to China about chikungunya. It is a virus that spreads to humans through infected mosquito bites. It can cause severe illness with symptoms that mimic pretty closely dengue fever and Zika virus, mostly found in Africa. Here's what the CDC says about it. They say most people infected get better within a week. However, some can have severe joint pain for months to years. Other symptoms include severe fever and fatigue. The outbreak now is in the Chinese province Guangdong. It's near Hong Kong, with more than 7,000 cases reported so far.
No offense, China, but I hope it stays in Guangdong, okay? I don't want this to be one of those things where a month from now there are suddenly cases of chikungunya in the United States. Especially because it's really hard to say, and they'll probably give it some silly nickname like cheeky virus or something, Doesn't sound cheeky. I can't tell you how much I sort of envy that Dean Cain video. I would love to join ICE. I'd join in a heartbeat. I'd have my bags packed tomorrow. Wish. But, how many things in 1 year that you want can you get and still want? I'm pretty satisfied with life. God's blessed me over and over and over. But as far as all of you, if you're interested, why not apply? Give it a try. Maybe you do fit. Maybe it is your thing. Maybe you fit like a glove. Can't hurt to try if that's something you're interested in. I thought this was an interesting post that Donald Trump shared from Jonathan Turley. It appears that everyone was in on the trick. The U.S. government, the media, even foreign governments. The only chumps were the American people. Now They're about to see how it was done. The reveal. The public is finally learning how Democrats pulled off the greatest greatest what? Scams. Talking about Russiagate, but people are going to see. People denied it, and they still deny it, thanks to the media. But how long is that going to last? Not much longer, my friends. Federal election case to come in Nevada, acting U.S. attorney says. Let's take a look. She says she knows where the bodies are buried. Such a weird statement.
Acting U.S. Attorney Sigal Chattah, no stranger to controversy. She made an unsuccessful run as the Republican candidate for Attorney General against Aaron Ford. She has been outspoken, especially on social media, and she is in her new position through an unprecedented legal move by the Trump administration. Nevada Democratic Senators Catherine Cortez Masto and Jackie Rosen don't want her in her new role. Chattah is responding in an exclusive interview with 8 News Now investigator Vanessa Murphy. Vanessa.
Well, Sigal Chattah now acting U.S. Attorney for Nevada after working as the interim. President Donald Trump appointing her in a rare legal maneuver avoiding the traditional confirmation process. Chattah says her resignation as the interim triggered the Federal Vacancy Act for Trump to then fill the position. What can you say about the legal maneuver which resulted in you becoming the acting U.S. attorney here?
So, what the politicians call legal maneuvers, politicians politics, and we play by the rule of law. There was an opportunity under the law. I took that opportunity. It's not unconstitutional. It was not done in a nefarious manner. And there's nothing that politicians can do about it.
Nevada's 2 U.S. Democratic senators speaking against Chattah's appointment. Catherine Cortez Masto calling her unconfirmable and unfit, and saying the unprecedented maneuver to appoint her sets a dangerous standard. Jackie Rosen telling the 8 News Now investigators she'll do everything she can to block Chattah's permanent appointment.
Her disposition and demeanor and the way she speaks, it's not a political role. And her comments and the way she conducts herself is just inappropriate.
Rosen also calling Chattah an extremist and deeply unfit.
Look, a lot of these people, I know that they're scared because I know where a lot of bodies are buried because I come from the defense world. So, without saying too much about my previous experience as a defense attorney, but when you played that side, you know where all the bodies are buried. Sometimes you even choose the location to bury them.
Chattah not revealing what she means specifically.
That doesn't sound like something you want to say on live television. Sometimes you choose where they're buried. Did she just admit to a crime? I mean, wow. The things people spew out of their mouths sometimes, I gotta tell you. Something else. Like this one here. Diddy says he's planning a major career comeback with a high-profile event at Madison Square Garden following his release from prison. That'll be a cold day in hell.
What is it that Sean Combs wants people to know?
He wants people to know that I think that he has reflected on the blessings that he's been given, on the imperfections that I think he sees in himself. I think he wants to get out of jail, reestablish a loving, present relationship with all of his 7 children. He wants to take care of his mother. Does he want to get back into music? Does he want to get back into business? I think he's someone who is always going to strive to do something.
Does he really think that's going to happen? He must not know the kinds of things that are being said about him out here. But I imagine he's got a pretty good idea. Oh, what a dreamer there. He still can't let go of it. He's still on a power trip, it sounds like. Oh, man. This was interesting. The Lionsgate portal is a powerful annual astrological and spiritual event that occurs when the Earth, the star Sirius, and Orion align within the Leo constellation, creating a portal for heightened energy and manifestation. This alignment peaks on August 8th, making it a significant day for setting intentions and working towards desired outcomes. I know that sounds a bit like astrology type stuff, but I don't know. It's just sounding kind of interesting, and it peaks tomorrow. I think we had seen something about that days ago. And of course, the American Prince premieres this Saturday on CNN at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So it'll be interesting to see what that's like. Take a good look at this picture, my Patriot friends. What do you guys think about this picture? I'm going to try and make it bigger for you. It looks pretty real, doesn't it? They included this post with it. They asked, is this AI? And the computer said, no, this image does not appear to depict an AI image. It looks like a photograph of a person, likely a historical figure, given the formal attire and setting. I don't know if that's a real analysis. I don't know anything about the picture, frankly, but I find it very interesting. I find the timing interesting, and it certainly does look like John Kennedy Sr., well after he was supposed to have been assassinated. And you know what? Might just be. You never know. Oh, thank you, Clara. You guys are so sweet. All right, where are we at? Okay, seen Kennedy. Almost done here. Republicans just ended federal car mileage mandates. The rules added $6,000 to the cost of a car. They siphoned billions from American car companies to foreigners, and they killed 100,000 Americans by forcing them to drive tin cans. Listen into this real fast.
Donald Trump just ended federal car mileage mandates. Soon you will be able to buy a cheap car that does not kill you. Tucked inside the big, beautiful bill was a little gem that zeroed out penalties on the notorious CAFE regulations, a series of Nixon-era mandates that dictated how many miles per gallon cars can get. This matters because CAFE has been a wrecking ball to the American car industry, feeding billions of subsidies to foreign car makers, driving up car prices to consumers, and literally killing tens of thousands of Americans by forcing them to drive tin cans. Now, CAFE standards were part of the Nixon-era environmental panic passed in response to gas shortages, ironically caused by Nixon's price controls. They were supposed to wean us off imported gasoline, which did not happen, but environmentalists repurposed them to save us from the angry climate fairies. They've since grown into a 1,700-page leviathan, forcing every car sold to hit increasingly comical fuel mileage. In practice, this meant making vehicles lighter and incorporating expensive features like Eco Drive or shutting off at red lights, stuff you hate but have to pay thousands for. According to the Manhattan Institute, these raised the cost of a new car by nearly $6,000, which ironically drove people into used cars that get even worse mileage because they're old. The mandate was a disaster for the American car industry. The Mackinac Center estimates compliance cost GM and Ford a combined $5 billion. Even the Department of Transportation, who loves the rule, admits compliance costs are at least $3.5 billion per year. Meanwhile, foreign companies made out like bandits since they already make small cars for places like Japan. So they could sell their CAFE credits to American companies pocketing $500 million a year. Without the federal government, who would hand the car industry to foreigners? Finally, the deaths. Small cars are 45% more deadly in a crash. A 2012 study found just a 100-pound reduction in vehicle weight increases the odds of dying in a crash by 2.5%. Harvard researchers
That's pretty specific. You know, I'll tell you something about Harvard here real quick before we move on. They're putting out some real fear porn, which actually makes me think they're advancing the narrative. We've talked about the narrative before being nuclear standoff, Russia, blah, blah, blah. There's also this alien invasion narrative. You know, what if we got hit with both of them at once? Two things that came out right after the other today. The Hubble Space Telescope has captured the best picture yet of a high-speed comet visiting our solar system from another star. All right. I mean, that sounds pretty great, right? I want you to think about this story for a second. And then I want to show you this story, one that we've been looking at for about a week now, that you know. New images show a Manhattan-sized interstellar object that could be an alien probe here to destroy us, says a Harvard scientist. Wow. There's a lot of science behind that crap. But look at that. I mean, okay, you got this Manhattan-sized object that could be an alien probe here to destroy us. And then you look at this and you think, high-speed comet in our solar system from another star. Maybe it's the same freaking thing. You know, I don't think it's anything personally. I think it's a bunch of junk from Harvard because they're mad at Trump. But that, and they're also just kind of evil people. Yeah, so there's that. I wanted to show you this Vincent Kennedy post. This is amazing. None of this would have been possible without Trump and his uncle. We all owe them more than you know. This is from 2019, mind you, back when you probably weren't even paying attention to this stuff. The plan actually started in the 1980s with the handoff from John Trump to Donald Trump. Well, there you go. That's when the tech was handed over. There is a misconception that Trump was chosen to become president by our military. Great plan, great leader, great military, great woke people. Make America great again. Maybe it is a misconception. Maybe Trump's more important than we know. Maybe his role in this is so much bigger than we thought. And check this out. This is from a U.S. Army guy. You got to listen to this. He says they've cataloged over 62 known extra or other terrestrial races who are already living on Earth amongst the human population. That's a lot of races right there. Right, Mike? Yeah, we're going to listen to Juan here in a minute, but I want to show you guys this clip first because I don't know. I think it's fascinating, really. And then we are almost done, guys. We're almost done. Almost there.
All right, guys. I'm going to do this on the fly. It's not going to be very easy. I'm trying to do this from my car. My name is Ryan Blake, former United States Air Force Staff Sergeant. What I'm about to divulge, this information about, has been repressed and hidden from the public. The DSSP is trying to hide information from the public so that the public remains constantly in the dark. They don't want this information to get out. I'm honestly putting my life on the line right now. There are many catalog species that we have here on this planet. And they don't want the public to know that we don't have extraterrestrials. We already have them here. They already live here. So I'm going to show you some pictures. Now, before you laugh, this is not CGI. This is the real deal. That's just one. They are hiding this information from us, folks.
Person beside it.
This
and another one beside it, and it has big eyes and looking at us. And
is the demon that landed in Las Vegas that they tried to cover up and hide.
And I swear to God, this is not a joke. This is actually really terrifying.
So there's two people or two subjects that are in your backyard?
Correct, and they're very large. They're like 8 foot, 9 feet, 10 foot. I don't know. They look like humans to us. Big eyes. They have big eyes, like I can explain it. And big mouth. They're tiny eyes, and they're not human. They're 100% not human. Like an 8 foot person beside it, and another one beside it, and it has big eyes and looking at us, and it's still there.
Listen, folks, I don't expect you to believe some veteran of the United States Air Force. I don't expect you to believe shit. Ball's in your court. You make the best of it. You decide what you want to do with it. It's up to you, because I can't make you drink from the water. I can lead the horse to the water, but I can't make you drink. That's up to you.
Are you guys drinking that water? What do you think? It's interesting. I've seen a lot about that last one he played where the kid called in. I wasn't too sure about that one, although you did see something fly through the sky when the cops were there, so it was pretty... I'd say that was one hell of a coincidence, if not. But I don't know. What do you guys make of this? What he's saying could be 100% true. Could be 100% fake. That's the war we're in right now, guys. People want to confuse you. They want to make you believe false things. Am I saying that's what he's doing? I have no idea. No idea. I know I have a video that my brother caught on the security cam the other day that I really want to show you guys. I've never seen anything like it in the sky before. I'll just say that. But I got to get it transferred so I can show you guys. Maybe we'll look at it tomorrow when Juan's on. And also, I wanted to point out tonight when we're watching Juan and anytime on here tonight, if you guys have questions you want to ask tomorrow, nothing wrong with throwing them out there tonight. I'll write them down. We got a couple more things to look at real quick, though. I want to show you this, and I kind of got to read this to you. Maxwell testified that Bill Gates ran a cloning factory on Epstein Island. Trump launches global genetic retaliation. This is weird. Ghislaine Maxwell has detonated the unthinkable. In classified testimony leaked by White Hat operatives, she exposed the real purpose of Epstein Island, not just a hub for trafficking, but a full-scale deep state cloning facility run by Bill Gates, backed by CIA, Mossad, and globalist billionaires. Thousands of lab-grown children bred beneath the surface in military-grade biotech chambers were manufactured using stolen DNA and wired for total mind control through neuro implants connected to Microsoft servers. Think about that one, stolen DNA. Hang on. The page turns. This was not sex trafficking. That was the cover. This was mass production of programmable human replicas, spiritually hollow, genetically subdued, and destined for elite control. Project Genesis was launched after Bohemian Grove Summit in 2003, where Gates, Epstein, and Bilderberg liaisons greenlit a plan to replace natural humans with synthetic clones. Ghislaine revealed that these children were raised by AI caregivers, implanted with biometric chips, and monitored from Redmond, Washington, under the guise of a quantum research. Many never made it to the surface. Defective clones were used in... Come on, scroll up. Satanic rituals filmed for blackmail leverage. Some were placed in elite families, fake adoption pipelines, and even given child actor roles to shape public perception from birth. The operation was so protected, even the Rothschild network helped mask it via submarine corridors and exotic energy shielding. Trump knew. That's why he never boarded the Lolita Express. That's why Epstein feared him, warning handlers that Trump would destroy everything. And now, as president, once again, Trump has greenlit Directive Genesis lockdown, a classified mission to shut down all remaining cloning labs, seize the Gates Foundation assets, and reroute biometric databases into QFS control. On July 12th, U.S. Marines stormed a private island near St. Thomas, recovering 3,000 cryogenic embryos and hard drives with DNA maps tagged by Gates proxies. These weren't theory, they were evidence. Maxwell also revealed that Gates visited Epstein Island over 17 times. Heard that number all week. Bypassing immigration through diplomatic corridors set up by Obama-era insiders. With each visit came sample collection, chip testing, and behavioral programming. This was never philanthropy. This was genetic tyranny. And with Gates now pushing World ID 2.0, a biometric grid wrapped in global safety, it's clear that cloned infrastructure is already embedded in our society. The media is scrubbing it all. Google censors searches. Wikipedia's been wiped. The CIA's Mockingbird 2.0 is working overtime, but it's too late. Patriots are awake. The dots are connected. Cloning, trafficking, blackmail, and control. And they all lead back to Epstein Island, to Bill Gates, and to the globalist machine that Trump is now dismantling piece by piece. Pretty wild, huh? We've heard tiny bits, and I mean only tiny little bits, of that kind of technology that happens on this planet. If you think it's fake, you're very wrong. The cloning, the genetic manipulation, the human bioengineering, it's all very, very real. Guess people didn't find that too interesting. You're all tuning out. I had to show you this. This drove me nuts to hear. This is just so false. This is so false. Let's listen.
About how radicalized they were by, let's say, the investigations. Mm-hmm. And again, let's just for the benefit of the doubt say, okay, I get it. But now instead of saying, that was so horrible, no one should ever go through it. They're saying that was so horrible. Now we're going to do it to them.
After he insisted, I will end the weaponization. It's really hard to see what is the difference here.
He's turbocharged it.
Right, and he is systematically going after people who either criticize him or oppose him, or have disagreed with him or investigated him. And we will see how many more follow.
They think he's weaponized things by wanting to redistrict. They think he's retaliating. I don't see how that census idea doesn't make sense. Pretty soon it's going to get harder and harder for the media to manipulate these stories to the point where they're going to have to put their foot in their mouth. People are already not listening. What did we see? Some of those channels like CNN had not even 500,000 viewers for the entire month. They're done for. Done for. All right, I think we got one more story here. I think we're in for an awesome weekend. I don't know. I think it's exciting. Whatever's coming is exciting. What movie is that, Shanna? Manifest Solution? Or I'm seeing something else. Stargate? What movie are you talking about? The Island? Never heard of that. Huh. All right. So, there was an active shooter situation today in Pennsylvania.
Good afternoon. I'm Rennie Workman. Breaking news right now out of Susquehanna County. Governor Josh Shapiro announcing at an unrelated event in Bucks County this morning that 2 state police troopers have been shot. Here's what we know so far. State police now say 2 troopers were shot while responding to a call in northeastern Susquehanna County. Investigators say an update on the troopers' conditions will be provided later. The shooting happened in the area of Route 171 near Thompson. The public is asked to avoid the area until further notice. State police saying the scene remains active and information on the suspect will be released at a later time. Governor Josh Shapiro says he plans to make his way to Susquehanna County this afternoon. At the event earlier this morning, the governor said, quote, about an hour ago in Susquehanna County, 2 state troopers were shot. Lori and I praying for those troopers. I want you to know I've communicated with Colonel Paris. He is on the scene. It's an active situation. At the conclusion of this event, I plan to head there myself. I ask all of you to join us in prayer for these brave state troopers. And again, we're just getting pictures in from that scene. Newswatch 16's Courtney Harrison is in Susquehanna County right now. Let's check in with her on the phone. Courtney.
Hi, Rennie. Yeah, I'm here up in Thompson Borough at the intersection of Church Hill Lake Road and Bethel Hill Road, where they have the road shut down because of an active incident. There's several members of law enforcement community here, state police, New York State Police, local police, the game warden, and the Susquehanna County Sheriff's Office are all here. A neighbor who lives just up the road from where the road is shut down says he heard several gunshots earlier this morning around 11 o'clock. Again, this is a very active scene. The state police helicopter has been circling in the air above the area. So we really don't have too much more information on the scene, but as soon as information becomes available to us, we will pass it along. For now, Courtney Harrison, Newswatch 16, reporting live in Susquehanna County.
All right, Courtney, thank you for that report. And as Courtney mentioned, we will, of course, bring you the latest information on the situation in Susquehanna County. Again.
All right, so there's that. We might take a look for updates later in the show. I know the manhunt in Montana continues. They believe he's hiding out in the wilderness. A federal judge appointed by Barack Obama has stopped the construction on Florida's Alligator Alcatraz, and at the same time, President Trump's aiming to construct the largest federal migrant detention facility in the United States to date on a military base in Texas, according to the Pentagon. I will show you real quick what they got going on with Alligator Alcatraz.
So I testified on behalf of Friends of the Everglades. In our case, we filed
filed lawsuit June 27th under the National Environmental Policy Act. This is a very common sense law that requires the government to look before it leaps, to analyze the environmental impacts, to do an environmental impact study, to take public comment, to consider alternatives, and none of that was done at so-called Alligator Alcatraz. So I was here to testify today about Friends of the Everglades' perspective on that. We would have engaged in that process had it occurred, and it did not occur, and that's why we're asking the judge for an injunction. We have been working for a month and a half to get public records, to get details on what is happening at this site, who's in charge, what harm has occurred. We've cobbled together evidence just through our own shoe leather and hard work. But the state and federal government should have analyzed this well ahead of time and allowed the public to provide input. These are our public lands out there. So
as you can see, the Environmental Protection Agency is seriously concerned about the alligators and want to know what's happening out there. Sounds like they're not getting their answers either, but what can you do? So how do you guys feel about what I believe is today Trump's 200 days in office for this term? Now we are going to watch this episode of Juan. And again, if you think of questions or ideas for tomorrow's interview with Juan, which will be here at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time, throw them in the chat. I'll keep track of them. I know there was one more thing I was going to say, and I keep forgetting. I'm going to pull this up. And I think I'm sharing my screen. I've never done this before. So just let me know in the chat if you can see the screen once I pull it up here. All right. Let's see if I can do this the right way. Monitor. All right. Can you guys see that? Just let me know in the chat. Can you see Juan and Nino? Yes, yay. Yay, nay. All right.
All right, folks. I'm with Juanito, and I guess Juanito's taking a day at the gym today.
Yeah. Somebody's got to keep me in shape.
So
my taskmaster left with the whip a moment ago.
Let's talk about what I wanted to talk about this more on YouTube, but obviously they have censorship problems, and I don't want to raise any AI alarm bells. But Juanito, what drama do you see playing out from here going into October and going into the 2026 midterms? I mean, what are we going to see in your opinion?
Let me say what's not been said, I don't think anywhere else in here really. And, tune your audience up a little bit. The part that's not really understood here in all the arrest stuff and, you hear the basic names, Brennan, Comey, things like that. But you don't hear about the down the list people. These kinds of crimes don't happen in an isolated sense. You have to have complicity within members of the Justice Department that are in very high profile positions, assistant U.S. attorneys and staff and things like that. A broad spectrum of FBI personnel, CIA personnel. And so we've had a lot of, for example, just take the FBI as the starting place. We've had a lot of FBI personnel over the last, 5 years that have left. They just walked away. They didn't even complete the years they needed for a pension. They just walked away. They were so threatened, and they wanted to retain their integrity. And they were attacked in a lot of situations where there was attempts to destroy their integrity had they stayed, because they wouldn't go along with the game. And so they're now getting a bit of traction. Plus, the people that they were working, think of Patrick Byrne. I use him as an example because he was a asset within the intelligence community, had a asset number, had been vetted with his information that he was able to provide. He wasn't on the payroll. He was doing what he was doing as a patriotic citizen, and was misused and abused within the FBI asset system. And so he was just one of many. If I could, there's stuff I wish I could tell your audience right now that'll come out in the future, where you literally had collusion between FBI, CIA, DEA, NRO, National Reconnaissance Office, people watching from the satellites, okay, in huge coordinated efforts to steal unbelievable amounts of money into their schemes, their networks that were global in nature for their friends, and then decide who gets which office and plan it out for years in advance. This guy's going to get the governorship. That guy's going to get the senator. This guy's going to be a city council member. That guy's going to be in charge of this location because we're building a stadium there or something else. And so the coordination within these networks, including, for example, I'll use one example. I had one of the people, they were demanded that he put money in a certain place relatively recently. And so they could cover their path on a Doge thing. Doge was getting close to finding out where something was, and they needed to put money back in an account. Wow. And they literally get to this guy, threaten him. He says no. He's thinking Trump's on his way back. He's here. He's going to cover this, and I'll be okay. FBI shows up at the door, and they weren't very nice, and they weren't very lawful in the way they handled things. There's a lot going on.
So there's a lot of inner fighting still.
And by the way,
it's a civil war. It's a civil war within the government. The three-letter agencies is having a civil war right now.
That's not an improper way of portraying it. Yeah, within these agencies, there's still, real combat going on over authorities and how things are going. And by the way, remember, within the Senate, they stayed in session, but they didn't get Trump's appointments through. And so there's about 150 appointments that Trump is waiting for people to be put into various government positions, high locations within the various agencies. And they haven't confirmed them. Now, this is in 125 years, you have never had this volume or percentage of people that were not allowed to be put through the process for appointments and affirmations of these people for office. So they're holding Trump back from being able to get things done. And by the way, when the people aren't there, they can't supervise who comes on as new employees. So you have personnel issues where these critical agencies, policing, prosecutorial, investigative, intelligence agencies, banking, don't have personnel yet because the new directors and appointments haven't been confirmed, and they don't want to hold or hire people that don't fit their particular profile. So they're just in the state of suspension. So it's an attempt by not confirming these people in a timely way to throw monkey wrench into the wheels of government. And, these people have a mindset that if they can just slow things down, gum it up enough, they won't get to, even if you get the high profile prosecutions that you're now seeing in the pipeline, that they won't get the down listers, the ones that are a little bit off, because it'll just get so gummed up. It'll be so
we're getting ready
embarrassing.
to see a suicide, homicide. I know a lot of CEOs are stepping down from big companies. A lot of them are getting offed, like BlackRock and stuff like that. A lot of these big players are dying this year alone in 2025. I mean, is it already has homicides, and is a homicide month already starting? Is the suicides getting ready to kick up now that they know that they're in trouble?
Well, again, what I'm saying to you is that for a lot of them, they think that they can hold back the tide and that it won't get to them, down the list a little bit. It'll only get to the top people. And even then, they're hoping that those top people, somehow the prosecutions just don't happen, doesn't work. I'm just telling you what their dream is, but it's not going to happen. We are going to get to them. And the tide will break and these people will be toast. So, people need to take a deep breath. We're winning. We're going to win. It's just a matter of time.
Is there phases of these arrests? Like, is it like, okay, first phase, the arrest will be this group of people then, or is that just unknown for now? I mean, when you got people like George Soros implicated, what part of the arrest phase will he be arrested? Like, is there phases of arrest that are going to take place?
Well, there's international figures that will be targeted in this, domestic, etc. I don't personally know where Soros will actually be precisely targeted. So I'd hold off on saying something there, but we know a lot of the other ones are directly targeted here. And then there's crimes against humanity and things like that where players will come in. So we'll have to see how that part develops. We're mainly concerned right now internally with the people who were involved in the Russia in the 2020 election.
When does
some of the money come from?
When does that bust out, Juanito?
Well, I mean, it's busting out right now. You've got people scheduled to have to testify in hearings and depositions through September and into October. I think Hillary is scheduled for October 16th.
Is she going to show up? I mean, she has no choice, right? She probably knows her time is coming. Her arrest is coming, right? She knows.
Well, she's the last of a long string within that Russia group. And the reason I think that's significant, you're getting all of the bit part players moving towards the center of the scam, the prosecutions, and when they get to her, they, it's really all the way to the top. She can, take the fifth to whatever she wants to do, and then literally, if there's already indictments occur based on that. If she frauds in the testimony or something, I think the first arrests happen at the tail end of October. And I've said that for a long, long time. Could be something happens sooner, whatever. But I think the timing wise, it's always been the last few days of October.
Do you think she goes straight to Gitmo? How does this convert over to military?
Well, and that's part of the issue. The types of crimes that are being investigated are not appropriately prosecuted within the justice system. These are crimes of treason. These are traitorous acts to obstruct the governance of the elected leader of the country, in collusion with other countries, other groups out of other countries. So there is no real way to prosecute some of these things in a normal justice system. It's going to be a non-Article 3 court, which is, military tribunal, and some of these things will actually be, Nuremberg-esque. Because remember, the whole election fraud of 2020 was centered around stealing the election and then making so that we would go to electronic and remote elections forever afterwards because of a continuing threat related to COVID and all of the stuff beyond that. So, with that in mind,
just steal the election over and over and over and over.
Right.
Perpetual stealing. Wow.
Right. And remember, the timing was crucial for what they were doing. They've been planning this and working towards this for decades with SARS-1. COVID's really just SARS-2. And so there was a much bigger master plan that was global in nature. And this was a crime against the world. And remember, the people that we have in protective custody in the U.S. right now, their testimony, their statements to date, their information that they brought with them shows that they flipped elections, frauded elections in 71 countries around the world, plus the United States. So the leadership of the world was being redirected to go a different course. This was about takeover for planet-wide. So when I say Nuremberg type trials, crimes against humanity, COVID was really implemented and in a very heavy-handed way in order to secure the election frauds that had been happening so that you would never get an honest election again anywhere in the world. It would all be remote and it would all be electronic and drop boxes and everything else. And it would be institutionalized in such a way that you would never be able to lawfully block, obstruct, go back to hand count paper ballot. And by the way, Mike Flynn, earlier today, he sent out a text and said, Trump is never going to let them do anything but a hand count paper ballot from this point
Right,
forward.
I saw that.
And so, more and more people are coming around and saying the same thing. We did went back at the inauguration for Trump, January 20th, and I had a couple of private events out there in that several days afterwards, and asked a couple different groups to work up certain things. So one of the things that was put together was the proposed executive order regarding hand count paper ballots, 17-page executive order proposed. Trump has seen it and gone over it. His people around him have seen it. The word back was that they wanted to use about 80% of it directly and probably break other parts into other executive orders, which is what's actually happened. The executive order 107 from March 25th, signed it at 107 in the afternoon, by the way, relates to the cleaning of the election.
By the way, Kamala stole your thunder. She wrote her book is 107.
Well, when she did that, we noted that at the time that it was 107 days to the election when Biden was out and she was in. And so, it's kind of one of those things was, 107. It was kind of fun.
Well, Juan,
it was pretty fun.
Let me ask you this. So this tells me when the arrests begin, that's when all shit's going to break loose, right? That just when all hell's going to break loose, it seems like to me. Because now...
Well, for most of the people that your audience are talking to, and even for the people in your audience, even for you, Nino, until you see that first high-profile arrest, it still isn't quite real.
Right. People aren't... they don't believe it's coming at all. Most of my audience are like, yeah, whatever, dude. Keep listening to 107. People say some rude shit.
I get it.
And so Alex Jones just posted... Breaking exclusive, something big is about to happen. U.S. intel agencies and FBI are preparing for a massive alien transdimensional disclosure. Top researcher Daniel List. Yeah. So what I'm getting at here is this disclosure that's coming. What perfect timing is this? Also, an object, a hostile alien object is hurling through our solar system right now. So they're putting all these articles out right now, getting the public prepped for what's coming. And it looks like it's going to come right around the time the arrests happen. Are they getting ready to play the alien card, Juanito?
Well, of course, that's what Hillary asked Podesta in a email back in the 2016 election, when it was becoming more and more obvious that she was in trouble and was headed to lose the election. And she was asking, is it time to play the alien card? So that is a real card in this globalista deck to try to hijack the world and hold it and to keep the world's attention. Remember,
will they be real aliens or will they be fake?
No.
Okay, so what are they going to be?
I mean, let me add this, just for the sake of everybody. Remember the guys jumping over the fence in Vegas, and they look like aliens and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Okay. So I have an acquaintance who owns some of the best holographic patents in the world. And, he would tell you that this is so good on the tech that they could put what appears to be, Godzilla in front of you, an alien, a supermodel, and you see it, you can be 5 feet away from it, and it's almost impossible to tell that it's not real. Okay. So, in part of the Project Bluebeam from 40 years ago, they projected what looked like Christ's return over a certain city.
Oh, man.
And the people were on their knees. It was all over. They believed it. And it was just a projection in the sky. Okay. So there's lots of illusions. And then if you can, when a magic act is done, of course, we went to the magic act there in Vegas last year. And what was interesting about it, you have to kind of keep it in mind. Usually they have mutually reinforcing things that the magician does. So it's not just something in your cell phone and something on the wall and something in a box at a distance. All these things work together to manipulate your perception and to get you to believe what they want you to believe. Well, within this crowd, they own the media. You can't get anything from any of the main broadcasters, television broadcasters. There's only really 4 of them in the world that are controlling all of the content that you see within the broadcast media, television, if you will. And so if they control all of those and they can control the way it's presented, you're getting a blended truth that they want you to see, that pretty soon your senses are so overwhelmed, both by what might be in the sky that looks like, the aliens are there, and then the news is broadcasting the same way, and then they control, other things, the emergency broadcast channels and things like that, because they have agents within the government or something. All of these mutually reinforcing things, how could you not believe that it's true? And then you get a few people that breathlessly, and I was right there, and I could almost touch him, and this person was eaten alive or something. You'll believe it. Most of the audience that we're talking to, even if you're tuned up and you're watching for the deceptions, you don't get time to sift through and figure it out, because it's happening so fast, it's so urgent that the only response is fight or flight. And you'll go along with the big story. And it will get played eventually. It'll get played after we do have a nuclear conflict, as though these guys are our cousins and they're here to save us from ourselves, and we have to yield to their...
That won't come. I mean, is it going to come around the arrest, or do you think it'll come right when we're doing a nuclear standoff?
Yeah, it'll be something. I
so
think
this is all kind of being,
personally,
it looks like it's being scripted out, man.
It is. Totally. Yeah. I mean, I don't think that card gets played until somewhere down the road, because I personally don't think that we're going to an actual nuclear conflict this time around. But again, we're coming right up to it, but for the hand of God, and I would add, that's my good faith, hope, belief, but that's just my belief.
But hold on, Juanito.
We could be wrong on it, and I'm not trying to say I haven't had a dream or a vision or elsewise, and there's no secret coded message I got or something.
Well, hold on, Juan. We
go
need
ahead.
this. We kind of need this nuclear standoff so we can switch the last remaining power, controlling power, which is SES, so we can get out of that control. So, we need this nuclear standoff to take away control from SES.
Well, more than just a standoff, there has to be an event that actually triggers that transfer of information.
Why wouldn't the White Hats create their own false flag?
Well, let me just add here, Nino.
You and I want to go into that.
I think that's exactly where it's ultimately going. So you're not wrong, and I've said that to audiences everywhere. But again, I'm not trying to portray some secret coded message, decoder ring, thing that I know something nobody else knows. I do know what it will take to do that transfer, and that's why I think that has to go this way. And if you look at it, the team around Trump and Trump himself are moving decisively, because you have to have kind of context for things to move to the appropriate alert levels in the Magic Act to pull off what has to be pulled off. And by the way, the reason it works is because when Trump declared a national emergency, 313 of 2020, or 313 of 2020, that was never reversed, even though Biden reversed it. Biden, for the people that are under that order, was not recognized as the true commander-in-chief.
Right.
So they didn't release that order, even though they didn't recognize that order, even though it was put out
But
there.
it just seems like all of this all together, all of it, the whole damn thing looks like it's being scripted, even with Trump, because everything that's happening right now, it all seems like it's just falling in place. All of a sudden, Newsom's being catapulted into the spotlight to play this super villain. It just all seems like a big fucking theater, man. And I know a lot of people out there saying, "Oh, it is, Nino. Come on, it is. It's all a movie." I don't believe.
I'm one of them. Nino, it's all scripted. It's a movie.
No, I'm just saying, like, no. A lot of people say this person's dead already and they're clones. They're all into that stuff. But what I'm saying is, with everything happening with the nuclear standoff, it all seems like it is almost like a movie being scripted out. Like maybe the one big powerful hand is controlling both sides of this, and Trump's just playing a part, maybe unwittingly, but still playing a part.
He's full in. He's full in.
Okay. Is Israel going to be safe for last one, though? Because a lot of people are getting on my ass about Israel, man. And I mean, what they're doing in Gaza is inhumane. It's disgusting. It's crimes against humanity, war crimes. I mean, how can we back anything? It's demonic. How are we backing that? How is Trump? I mean, is Trump going to turn his back on Benjamin Netanyahu soon? He has to.
Well, at certain levels, he has. I mean, the other side of the coin is
continued. This genocide's being continued.
Hold on. I get it. I get it completely. It's disgusting. It's horrible. It's unbelievable. The other side of the coin is Hamas isn't backing off in the people that they've held hostage.
How do we know that's not created by Israel in the first place?
That's bullshit.
Well, I don't think paragliders penetrated the Iron Dome, and I just gave Israel a reason to go in there and wipe the floor clean with them, mollywop them.
I suppose at some level, if that's what people believe, then I'm not going to be able to prove it otherwise.
Well, I don't believe the narrative of 9/11. I think it's the same shit. 9/11 and what happened.
Well, okay, so let's go there for a second. Okay,
you're not going to tell me a guy in a cave.
Hold on.
Detonated the world. All right.
The deal with 9/11. That's a good place to start. Once again, there's a globalist plan globalista to essentially take over the world. It's
right,
a
and I
club.
agree, and
It's a series
agree
of
with
clubs.
that.
Well, hold
I
on.
agree
Let me build this out for a second. It takes a minute or two to build it all out. You have a club that's exceedingly powerful with a lot of subsets. Okay, part of the reason, just like I described in the illusion, the reason that an illusion works so well if it's done right by a magician is because it's not just one thing. It's a series of things that convince you that whatever's presented has to be, true, because it's not just one thing. It's multiple things in string together. So, but they don't always get it exactly perfect. Weird things happen, hand to God things. So let me tell your audience about something that virtually nobody in this audience has probably ever heard about 9/11. In the lead up to 9/11, in order to get the public's attention to everything that happened, first of all, the first bombing at the towers was a kind of a test, but it also set the stage for some remodeling and work inside the buildings to make sure it was ready to take down. And the buildings, the Twin Towers, were always intended to be taken out. They were built to be brought down. But a weird thing happened. There was plans to do certain things, plans to pull off certain things. Not everything worked according to plan. They had an idea, an intent to make it look like Building 7 got hit also. But that somewhere got completely scrubbed because of certain imaging equipment that had somehow not gotten position and failed. So when it came to the day, lots of things were designed to capture the attention of the public, even making an image that looks like a demon in the dust cloud next to the building, as it happens, to catch the public's attention, and especially from a spiritual side, to get those that are churched, that are believers, to go along with this whole thing and even buy into certain stuff. And so holographics were used for more than just, say, the planes and like that. And so, but here's one of the other mental illusions that didn't get pulled off. And it was the simplest of things that were hand to God, just like Trump turning his head just a smidge more at the right moment. There was concert stuff that was being done in New York, and Michael Jackson was performing at the concerts, and it was a big deal. Michael Jackson was scheduled to be on one of the upper floors in one of the buildings on 9/11, receiving a presentation exactly when the buildings were hit.
Damn.
Did you know that? Did you ever hear that before?
No.
He was scheduled to be there, and what happened was everybody was good to go. They had it all sorted out, and here's the key.
That would have been a great sacrifice, wouldn't it have been?
Well, because he was at the time, he was at the pinnacle of his career. Everybody's looking at him, and people around Michael were a particular person was helping to orchestrate, make sure the money was there, make sure all the people, including people tied in to the hijacking operation, were protected and kept at houses that were tied to Michael Jackson prior to this and then being moved out.
So he was supposed to be up there receiving an award?
Yep, he was supposed to be at the top. And so think of this, in the course of everything you've heard, and remember, it's sleight of hand, it's a card trick. All of these false flags are card tricks, okay? But these globalista, even into the entertainment community, needed to have that little extra capper that everything got talked about. And that's the day. And here's the thing. And they could pull that out over and over and over. And they were denied being able to focus on how, he happened to be there on that day. You know what happened?
What happened?
He was exhausted, and his mom called him. And he ended up being on the phone with his mom for quite a long time, into the wee hours of the morning, because he understood that he was being framed into something. He was upset about it. He didn't understand within his career, and he was kind of beside himself. And she was trying to talk him down. And he went to sleep, and he just couldn't get up. He couldn't get up to go to that event, and so he didn't make it there. And of course, you weren't going to stop this event that was pre-planned. It had to go forward. And so he just, by an act of God, his mom calling and talking to him, he didn't get up in time to be there for the big event. They were denied all of this extra magic that would have been another row of imprints, fingerprints on the whole event of the day. And, but no single point failure. They had lots of other stuff that they were able to focus on in order to pull off the illusion. And remember this, Trump has said, before we're done, we will know exactly who brought these buildings down. And that especially includes Building 7. If Building 7 can be brought down completely within its fingerprint and nothing touched it, all you have to do is say, how could that have occurred? The only possible way on this planet that could have occurred is if there was some type of pre-placed demolition devices or plan for demolition, even if you're talking certain types of directed energy weapons. And then to go beyond that, that would operate in particular ways, or thermite, or whatever ways you want to do it. There's a lot of planning that had to be in place before that happened. It wasn't a last minute thing to pull Building 7. And you can use that to go back to, and then the other buildings. And by the way, the only two or three, if you wanted to say it, if you wanted to add in Building 7, but technically only 2 buildings ever to come down that were made of steel due to fire, allegedly, are those 2 buildings. The architects and engineers for steel, architects and engineers, they've focused on this over and over and over. It can't happen the way it happened. It just can't. It's just a physical impossibility. So with that in mind, how strong can the illusions be? If you can pull off a 9/11 illusion, what else are you capable for, even in a nuclear age right now? And then beyond even that, what was even more powerful out to the rest of the world, not just the United States, that occurred that was even bigger than 9/11, but you didn't quite realize it? It pivoted off of 9/11. It was the Homeland Security Act, the creation of Homeland Security itself, taking all 17 agencies, 16 investigative and surveillance agencies and prosecutorial, and merging them into one entity called Homeland Security. Then, of course, when you did that, you, instead of having compartmentalized things that made it hard for somebody to penetrate the American system and capture it, by putting them all under one hat, it made it very easy to capture the surveillance, intelligence, prosecutorial system in the United States, inside and outside. And so that's how this magic act of allowing a stolen election 2020 and the Russia gate and other similar things was able to be pulled off. If you didn't have 9/11, you wouldn't have gotten Homeland Security as it exists today. If you didn't have Homeland Security, you could not have pulled off Russia gate. It'd been almost impossible. The collusion within those agencies couldn't happen. If you couldn't pull off Russiagate, you could not steal the 2020 election in the way that it happened. The group behind that working hand in hand together, it's not just CIA, it's not just a National Reconnaissance Office, it's not just British intelligence, MI5 and 6, or US with FBI and CIA, or those corrupt portions of Israeli intelligence. Remember, just like we got problem children within our intelligence agencies, they do too, and good guys. They're having an internal fight. When October 7th happened, before and after, there were a very large number of people within Israeli intelligence that were screaming bloody murder. What the fuck is coming here? What's going on? Didn't make sense.
You know, this makes me wonder with all this stuff if Kobe Bryant was a sacrifice too. You know, just on a spiritual sense. You know, I just wonder, because right after Kobe Bryant, all hell hit the fan. You know, all shit hit the fan. It was just, it makes you wonder. I mean,
well, okay, let's go there for a second. Here's part of the problem. It's not just there's lawsuits related to Michael Jackson. I talked about him just a moment ago. There is so much going on behind the scenes just in that one story, where everything you've heard about how Michael was getting himself drugged and the doctor and all the other stuff, and that this was, self, induced, and he killed himself essentially with the doctor doing it. Totally false. And people around him that are fighting internally to get to the truth, it's a big deal. Then you have to go out to other entertainers. Within the entertainment industry, there is a club that has been allegedly, you talk to all these people in that industry, there's a club where they're literally killing people off in order to get their music book, to get their IP information and resell it, own it, do other stuff.
They did that with Taylor Swift.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
They did that with Taylor Swift, and they bought out her music or something like that.
Well, and so people have to go along with it, or they get wiped out.
Right.
I remember a super group. I mean, absolutely epic. And it sounded like the father just sold their music book for his own gain. And then there was stuff that came out later where he was given a choice. We can just kill off the family, or you can sell us the book, and here's the number, and you'll do just fine. And then he supposedly agreed to save their lives. And the kids didn't see it that way. They just had to go on to, look at, what's his name? Kung Fu champion. I can't think of his name. There was an allegation there that he was killed, Bruce Lee, over some certain movie rights that were in play. Go look at, what's his name?
The worst thing anyone could ever be is a celebrity, a high-profile celebrity. I mean, your ass is owned. Like Kanye, all of them.
Yeah. Not Bruce Lee, but the other one I was thinking of is
Chuck Norris.
No, the kid that he was actually I believe a Green Beret in Vietnam, came back and then did all of the amazing guitar stuff. Just stunning guitarist. And he was out of Seattle there. I can't think of his name right now this second, but he supposedly, got intoxicated and drowned in his wine, but his music contract was coming up to be finished. And there's all sorts of stink that's been there for decades that everybody here knows who I'm thinking of, and I'm embarrassed that I can't think of his name right this second.
I'm embarrassed. I can't think of who it is.
No, he's the greatest guitarist practically ever.
Not Jimi Hendrix.
Jimi Hendrix.
Okay.
Yeah, Jimi Hendrix. There's a huge stink about the fact that what supposedly happened is nowhere close to what happened. And by the way, just I believe the night before, what was interesting in his situation was he was having some kind of a God moment. And there was people that were around him at the time that were like, he was, it was just stunning that at this exact moment, just hours before he died, he was like, asking, why God am I here? And can you help me? And like that, and a conversion type of a thing. So, at the end of the day, we don't know the truth on some of the stuff, and some of these things we won't learn till the next life. But there is a stink that's probably has more basis than not, that this crowd within the music industry is, threatening entertainers, owning them. For example,
We saw P. Diddy.
Well, for example, I'll just tell you, there's a very, very, very famous broadcaster that is out of London here, who other people that were present at the time said was present in the room when Michael Jackson was beat up at a particular celebrity party. They hold these parties, and you either show up or you don't get any more contract. You don't get reached by your agent. You don't get nothing. Okay. And he wasn't willing to essentially give away his music book. He had the Beatles, he had the Sony stuff. He was like, he had everything, and he wasn't giving it up. And so the question is, was he murdered because they wanted, the wealth that he had there in that music book, and he just wouldn't give it up? People that were present say, no, I mean, this particular individual was in the room. It's a name everybody here would know, and watched him getting the shit beat out of him, and encouraging him, look, just agree with him. Come on, Michael. It's the only way.
Yeah. Wow.
So if they can do it to somebody like that, and this was after 9/11, if they can do it to somebody like that, what about the lesser stars? Remember the girl that was sitting there in the chair, and Oprah is holding her hand, and she's waiting to meet Weinstein about her career. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Whoa.
I mean, and you can see the fear in her eyes, but she's doing it because she's, this is how you get fame.
Right.
Deal,
She had to sell out.
And they figure, okay, I just do this one thing, and then I'm good to go for the next thing, and the next thing, and the next thing. Okay, well, that's what the allegation is. And so, again, I go to that industry, and now I tie it back to 9/11. If there's a global crowd, a cabal that's not just in the U.S., but it has its reach all across the world to be able to control elections in the United States and 71 other countries, and to control the media that people all over the world see by just controlling 4 of the main broadcasters, and then to choke down the internet like you and I see all the time. You can't talk about certain things. They're not, worthy to be in the common conversation, because you're just going to make it worse somehow. Right. If you can't get honest searches when you go out and look into subject matter in the internet, then they're controlling the flow of the world's information flow, attitudes, perspectives. And so we, your audience, you may have some filter, some God-given gift to have started to see past the illusions, okay? The special sunglasses that see what the real advertising says, what the real face is behind the mask. That's not everybody. And you can't hold it against others around you that they haven't seen that. It may seem obvious to you, but they've been raised in the matrix.
Yeah.
And you have to prayerfully understand that it's only by the grace of God, even you have seen that. Think of yourself, Nino. It really is a hand of God thing that you somehow survived the crowd, the addictions, the adrenaline that
I was just
made
thinking
your
about
life
that.
up to a moment. In a way, the wildest, weirdest thing that you just would never seen coming, somebody hitting you with a knife.
Yeah.
If it looks like
Changed
the
the
worst
course
thing
of
in the
my-
world, it may very well have saved your life.
It changed the course of my destiny. I can't explain it.
Everything. And so that which would have been to
My life was
anybody else.
never the same. Never the same after that. I couldn't even box again. I got knocked out after that. I was just a changed individual. Everything changed. My soul was different. It was just, you know what they call it? They call it, it's like being touched. It's called like being molested. You're never the same after that. That's what it did to me.
But you see, everybody's a little bit different, and they get, hand to God moment differently. If you're praying for the people around you, even people that have done you harm, you're asking that God, and this sounds crazy, that God would bless them and that they would see what's really happening. Even the people that may have done evil to you have, they're in their own, mind control fix, matrix, whatever. And if they're going to somehow get past it, change, repent, whatever, it's only going to be because for some reason God himself has touched them. And so we live in a world where God intervenes, but he's not, an Indian giver. He gave the earth and everything in it to Adam and his seed, and he gave Adam and his seed authority over everything that creeps and crawls and moves on the earth. So you can't blame God that evil happens here because we allow it. We're part of it. If you're going to ask God to help, to give him permission to intervene, to ask him to do things in certain situations, now he has permission from the owners of the planet. He's not an Indian giver. He gave it to us through Adam. It was restored to us through Christ, the authorities. With that in mind, if we're not praying for the people around us and asking for divine intervention, then there's no entry point. So we do ask that. And we ask it generically, globally, that God would move in the earth to help and save people. But we also ask it very precisely and specifically. So in your life, it's very likely that one or a number of people had you in their prayers and gave a permission, a request that God would intervene, that he would take whatever was happening, even the evil. The devil wanted you dead that night when you were knifed. As you go into the hospital, as people around you are praying, as people find out, they're asking that God himself would save your life, that he would bless you, that he would give you, restore your health, restore your, sanity. And that's exactly what happened. And you are who you are today, baptized whole, a different person because of divine intervention. Now we look out to others around us and we pray for those people around us. We've prayed within your audience here, right on the air, for people in your audience and the people around them to see clearly, to see past all of the illusions, and to deal with what's going on in the world in a godly way, to have strength and power to overcome the evil in our presence. And that's exactly what's happening. As you watch what goes on with the arrest, the glass is already cracked. Yeah. It's already beginning to shatter, and it's going to spread out. It's going to cover lots of places.
Let me ask,
yeah, go ahead.
No. So how do we... I'm still confused how this goes. How long will this take? Will they be in prison waiting to go to trial, or are they going to be let out? They're going to be able to post bond?
No, they will not get out on parole. The ones that we're talking about.
So once they get arrested, that's it for them. They're in there.
Because in this matter of treason and those types of offenses, and that's part of the reason for the Gitmo thing, they will not walk free again forever. They're being monitored right now.
Where will they be held? before then? Like, so before they go to Gitmo, just a regular penitentiary or a high security?
Probably not. They'll probably literally all the primary players, the Brennans, the Comeys, the Hillarys, that type of people, will go directly to Gitmo, and that's why there may be indictments in the justice system while they pull all the facts together. But that's where they get all the various players, they get the statements, they get working towards the key in this case being Hillary, and then pass that to Obama. Obama's not protected on his crimes just because he was president. He's protected only on those things that were within the scope of his legal authority as president or commander in chief. But a lot of the activities he was involved in are not protected because they are unlawful and even an attack on the nation. And many of them were done when he was not in the White House. He was out, he was done, he was gone. And so he won't, skate free.
So how long will these trials take? I mean, they'll be in jail. When will we hear he gets executed or handed down a 90?
Well, and by the way, let me just give you an example, Nino. The birth certificate. So they released a fraudulent birth certificate, and the intent was to, fool the nation that he was born in Hawaii, which he wasn't, and that his mother was standing on Dunham, she wasn't, and the father was another Barack Sr., and it wasn't. He was born in Peace Arch Hospital, Vancouver, BC. His mother was dark-skinned Indonesian, and the father was an American. And so then to protect that, a few days later, we had Extortion 17 that killed a bunch of our guys. That we had the Bin Laden raid that supposedly went on and got Bin Laden in Pakistan, that took the birth certificate down many notches on the screen. And then we had the guys from that taken out in Extortion 17, the craziest thing, put all these guys in an old rickety school bus helicopter where they could all be taken out at once instead of their ghost ships too that were state of the art, everything, and even the path that they flew, just completely asinine, insane because it was a hit. But beyond that, see, those actions are not protected within the scope of his place in office because they were false flags for political purposes to protect his own illusion. But beyond that, the person who was actually his mother just later in life, supposedly died and she wasn't, was moved into the Hawaii Department of Public Health and was made the director. And then she's the one that released the birth certificate and supposedly had all these credentials and everything else to be there and do it. Then after, the birth certificate's released, she's around for a bit. Everybody knows her, blah, blah, blah. She goes over to Molokai and is checking on the leper patients in Molokai in a scheduled thing. She gets on the plane with 11 other people. They fly out of that location and supposedly crashed because of a full-on engine failure on this Cessna Caravan. And supposedly it's way offshore. And the aircraft's lost forever. It's in some of the most turbulent waters on planet Earth. And yet the people are out there treading water, trying to stay alive, those things. Every second of it, theater. And the U.S. Navy and divers show up, military personnel, aircraft in the area to control the airspace and the illusion. And of all the people on the plane, one person dies. And here's the person that released the birth certificate to cover the trail, who was actually a CIA asset her entire life.
Wow.
Posed as Obama's mom, went to Indonesia, kept Obama around as a supposed, child to them to create an illusion. All of that was a misuse in order to protect a political lie about Obama's history and heritage. And by the way, Brennan's the one that created the false history with Harvard and Columbia University and all that with the credentials, head of the Harvard Law Review and, 4-year political science degree at Columbia and all that. That was all created by Brennan. He was in charge of creating these false identities. Why did he get, station chief at Saudi Arabia? And then later became director of CIA because he's the one that had the real secrets. Okay. And this is illusions that were before he was president and when he was president. And they're outside of the scope of what he can be protected on. All of that will come out, including the abuse and misuse of FAA, National Transportation Safety Board, and forcing people to lie, the FBI people. Again, what FBI people were involved in that, and into even the fire services and like that with the illusions with the transport of the dead body and things like that. They've covered so much up, okay, with these hoaxes. And Obama's not going to skate clear of that. Those will all come out. That'll take years for that to come out. The actual trials after arrest. Let's just hypothetically say that the last 3 days or so of October, Hillary and others start getting arrested. Once they're arrested and they're transported to Gitmo and they're charged, they will not get out on bail. They will never walk free again because the type of charges that are involved and the evidence so overwhelming. So they will be held at a military detention thing. But then beyond that, let me just add this, then they get their attorneys. They do get representation. It's a for real trial process. And they will decide what charges they actually want to do the trial on. There may be 5,000 things they could charge them on, and they'll pick the top 3, 5, 10, and that are as clear as possible for the public. Their attorneys will be allowed access to certain information. They may even request certain information that they're aware of be disclosed, within the intelligence infrastructure. The facilities for reviewing classified information by their attorneys have been added to in the last year. So they have even more space for the attorneys to be able to go in and review evidence, original evidence that's going to be used at trial.
If this tells me that an event has to happen before they get arrested, they need something, man. They need a Hail Mary. They need something to happen around September, October to take everyone's eye off the ball.
Well, and by the way, Loretta Fuddy is the name of the person from the Hawaii Department of Public Health. And Loretta Fuddy is actually the gal that was Stanley Ann Dunham, and who supposedly passed away, and they just changed the name, put it in. Miraculously, Stanley Ann Dunham is a member of Sabud, a religious organization that CIA is promoting. And miraculously, supposedly, Stanley Ann Dunham and Loretta Fuddy never meet, even though you only got like 1,000 people in the whole organization. Maybe 300 truly active, right? And supposedly they've never met. No, because she's Supergirl. Either she's Clark Kent or she's Supergirl. Okay. But it's the same person. And
I'm seeing a lot of
whole time CIA. But let me go back to your question. So I apologize. I just wanted to put that in because people are asking. It's Loretta Fuddy hoax and crash. But anyway, go ahead and ask the question. I apologize.
No, I just think an event's going to happen before they get arrested. I mean, they know it's coming. Something.
But I think that's part of my point. They have a
hold on.
series.
Let me say the second part of my question.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think could it be the Golden Gate Bridge? Because the Grateful Dead just performed there. I know they do everything as rituals and ceremonies. I'm seeing a lot of Grateful Dead stuff all circulating all around at the stores here in El Paso. Trader Girl Q says, she's lined up a lot of stuff that matches with Golden Gate Bridge. Could Golden Gate Bridge be a target? Like, could they symbolically take that down, hit us with something? I know you've talked about it.
Well, here's the way I think everybody has to think about this. They have options. There's no single point failure. On 9/11, the fact that they didn't get a really big piece of the magic with getting Michael Jackson in the building and be able to talk about, 9,000 times. And Michael Jackson was at the top of the building. Michael Jackson is dead. Michael Jackson, was doing a performance, blah, blah, blah. And this song applies here and everybody's sad. And it would almost have detracted from the 3,000 dead. It would have been able to be pulled anytime they wanted to pull that card, to use it as part of the magic act to distract people and pull their attention away from anything that they didn't like. So is there some event that may be coming? There's probably several. And if for some reason they don't get what they want in one event, then they do it in a different event, or, they may have, backups for the backups.
I'll use easier for them to take out Trump. I mean, that just seems like the easiest point of method of travel. I mean, I just don't understand how they just don't go hit his fucking Mar-a-Lago with a missile and call it a day and blame Iran. I mean, how does that?
Well, again, do they know precisely? Trump changes plans often enough.
Shit, he's always in his airplane. I'm sure they can track that.
Yeah, well. Maybe he's in his airplane.
I'm sure they've thought all of this through. I just don't understand. I mean, how are they that incompetent? I mean, they couldn't even get him in Butler, Pennsylvania, and I do believe that was a divine intervention, no doubt about it. But
that's part of what I'm saying, Nino, is that this is the hand of God moment. They're bringing us to the brink of nuclear war. Will we?
Right, but he's just he's just out in the open all the time. He's so publicly accessible. He's going to UFC fights. He's at the Trump Tower. How are they this incompetent where they can't get him? Especially if they have all the money in the world. They're the globalists. They own all the technologies. How can they not just zero in and just take him out unless he's actually playing a role they want him to play?
Yeah,
you understand my logic in that?
I do. But again, do you then only work from a bunker somewhere?
No, but I'm saying, but maybe he's like almost like to them, like they're useful idiot. And I don't mean to call him a bad name, but maybe.
Well, no. Hold on a second. You got players on both sides here.
But
Trump is not.
That's what I'm saying.
He's not. Do not kid yourself. Trump is not.
I get it. I'm just saying
of the 600 generals that aren't on his side.
Okay.
Or 400.
All right. Okay. Fair enough. But I'm just saying this whole game that's being played, someone owns the game. It's
but hold on. That's
both
exactly my point. That is exactly my point, They don't own the game. Part of the illusion is that they own the game. The devil wants you to believe that he owns this world. Hold on, Nino. Think about this. The devil wants you to believe that he owns this world and everything in it. No, he doesn't. Christ came. The debt was paid. Now it's a fight for people to decide which team they're going to be on. And so the whole world is in play. This is Casino Royale for planet Earth. But the devil doesn't own it purely. Okay? We're in a hell of a fight. And but we don't own it either. Fight's on. Okay, so the question is, just like you went into the ring over and over, a lot of times they probably had a narrative that you were going to lose and that you were the underdog and you came out the winner. Until the fight plays through, we won't have the answer.
Fair enough. I won't take any more of your time, Juanito. I appreciate you. I got to get rolling. Man, folks, go to thejennifermack.com, thejennifermack.com. Juan, I can't tell you how much I appreciate you and how much my audience appreciates you. You take time. You really explain things well. And that's why I ask those questions. I mean, I know I interject here and there, but man, I just I always feel after an interview like I get everything answered that we need. So thank you.
Well, and by the way, Jen we talked about on the other thing, the stuff on the parasites. There has been something that has happened that has increased the threat from parasites here in the country. And so it's very important that everybody, just having taken ivermectin or something like that, only deals with about 20% of them. And some of them are nastier than others. Everybody in the audience needs to look at and be thinking about and discussing different types of parasite protocols. You can look healthy as all get out and have very dangerous parasitic loads, and there's different types. And so it's not just one. There's actually about 3,000 different kinds of parasites that are common in humans, but there's about, there's a handful of various classes like that. You got to get in there and kind of be on it and be considering different types of attacks that you do on a pretty regular basis to start clearing your system. And I can tell you there's a number of people in our community who have died because of what's going on. We want to attack this and make it not happen. So Jen had something over on her site with her book, Be Deliciously Healthy, and then some of the parasite protocol stuff that she's done amazing work and research on that is pretty unique. And I want everybody to seriously be looking at that and other stuff out there with some of the other hosts and some of the ways of attacking it. There's not a silver bullet. So, be thorough.
Thanks, Juanito. I appreciate you.
All right. Appreciate it.
Bye.
All right. So, what do you guys think? It was a really good interview. I'm glad we watched that. Yeah, that parasite stuff, that's a whole other interesting story that I'm very fascinated to know more about, and I have a feeling we'll learn more about that stuff as we go. When you think about it, we're going to see massive changes, not just in the medical industry, but pretty much in every aspect of your life. I try and think about life, I don't know how far down the line, let's say 5 years from now. What do you think it'll look like? So much is going to change. And you guys, you've all been a part of it longer than you know. Even when you were just in the beginning stages of that little spark that made you want to dig deeper, that was your calling. And you followed your calling because you're here now, asking great questions and participating. And we've created this amazing little community here. And as we watch, everything becomes so much more visible, not just the things that were predicted ahead of time, but the things that Trump is carrying out and just where we're going in general. It's really quite amazing. And I'm excited about the future. Aren't they selling ivermectin legally now in a couple states? I can't remember where, maybe Arkansas or somewhere. I think there's 2 states, Tennessee maybe? I don't know. That's an interesting question. There was a few different things there they were talking about interesting. The 9/11 stuff and the imaging equipment and Building 7 and their plan not entirely going to plan. You're talking some major holographics there. And I don't know. Maybe there never were any airplanes. I think we're going to find out. Then talking about this standoff and where we're going, and Nino a couple times said, it feels orchestrated. It feels like maybe even the White Hats orchestrated it, and I think Juan basically agreed with that, and so overall, I don't think you have anything to be worried about. I think it's being worried about your place in the future and it being time to follow your destiny. That's where we're at in life. It's different from all of us. We're all different ages. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter where we're from, who we are, who we were. I've told you guys many times how far I've come, even in a few short years of time, and God's been there with me the whole way. I can't imagine. I was lucky enough when I was 10 years old that I got to go to a church with somebody, and at that church, they had us accept Christ into our heart that night. And I think I was about 10 years old, and I remember that night. I never forget that night. And they've been talking about the supernatural. Well, my head's stuffy lately. There's so much more to it than you know. Your prayers always get answered every single time. I bet you don't believe that, but it's true. May not ever be what you expected or bargained for or thought would happen. May not be what you want, but God knows what you need. He knows what's right for you. You just have to let that little spark blossom within you. There's honestly not really anything else to watch out there tonight. I'd really like you all to consider subscribing to Jerry's channel, either here on YouTube or Rumble, and just give it a chance. He's on in the morning. I think he's on like twice a day usually. Start your morning with Jerry. You'll enjoy it. You'll have a entirely better day. I love listening to Jerry. He's very real. You can see the Lord working through him. And, I know we all talked about the other day when I got baptized. A lot of you want to know how I felt, and I wasn't sure how to answer that, but you did warn me there'd be more attacks against me. Jerry talks about attacks against him just for doing baptisms. It's so real, so very real. And it reminds me of that video in the intro earlier where the woman said, we only see about 1% of what's in front of us. It's pretty cool, huh? Think about that. Good night, Shanna. I think we're gonna probably wrap it up early tonight. I'm so behind on things. It'd be good time to catch up. Jerry's last name's Foley. There you go. Cindy put it there. Let me put a link in the chat. Make it easier for you. Oh. Uh-oh. Okay, we're not done. We have something else to watch. I can't believe I missed this. I'm trying to do two things at once. Chris, or can one of you, actually, I got it. I found more to watch. Juan just got done doing another interview. All right. That right there in the chat, that's a link to Jerry's channel. Now, I feel like we need to look at this interview that just got done, because I not only love 107, but I absolutely love Mary Crowley, and she is on YouTube as well. I'm gonna put a link to her channel in the chat.
Hey, everybody, Dr. Mary Crowley for Now Is the Time. And I'm here with 107, and it's out of the country, but we've got an amazing program today. There's a lot of things that are happening all over the world that we're going to be talking about, some things that are happening in Uganda, the Congo, that are in dire circumstances. But before we do that, let's roll that commercial about QE allergy. Let's roll that commercial now, please.
The quantum effect wipes out pain and allergy symptoms in less than 30 seconds with 0 drugs. Pastor Dave and hundreds of others have experienced the quantum effect for themselves. It's backed by scientific research and rigorous lab testing. Quantum is simply about 2 things. 1, intentions, as a man thinketh so he is, and 2, renewing your mind with the Word of God. Only QE Strong encodes key intentions and Bible verses about healing onto the small patch. You simply place it on your body each day, and with a bonus prayer guide, read out loud a positive intention and 1 or 2 Bible verses about healing each day. The patch provides the touch, and the prayer guide uses your sight, speech, and hearing to relieve pain and allergy symptoms with the senses God gave you. It even works for people who have suffered decades of chronic symptoms. Are you ready to experience the quantum effect? Go to QEstrong.com/Mary.
Anyway, yes, all you need to do is go to QEstrong.com, put in my promo code Mary, M-E-R-I. They've got different patches, not only for allergy, but for pain, for sleeplessness, anxiety, a number of things that really does work. You can click on the link below or go to QEstrong.com, promo code Mary. Well, anyway, Juan, it's good to have you on. How have you been?
Very busy. So, it's Jen and I, she had a little bit of a break day today, and I was busy from earlier this morning until just about an hour ago. So, it's the nature of the moment in history. There might not be as much happening in the public side as people want to see, but behind the scenes, it's going very quickly. So, yeah.
Well, in the last time I saw you, I was actually up in Plymouth, Massachusetts with Gideon's Army. And Juan, you were there with Jen, and that was an amazing time. A number of people there. Of course, this is where the Mayflower came. They signed the Mayflower Compact. It's a very strategic place in the country where the founding of our country really was, and the covenant with God. And so that was great seeing you there. And then, of course, I went down to North Carolina. I was in Moravian Falls, and I spoke at a church called The Well. But the significance of the Moravians coming over to America, the 100-year prayer meeting with Count Zinzendorf. There's a lot of this history of our country that a lot of people don't really know about, or the deep state has tried to literally put different history in there to really change our history. But our history was founded, America was founded upon the principles of God and covenant with God. And so I just got back recently. So now you've been traveling around the world, and there's some interesting situations that are happening globally and worldwide that some people would think, well, if it doesn't affect me, why should I care? But we should care, because that's what God says for us to do, to pray and to care But what's happening that you feel right now that's really
Well,
over the target?
the most important thing to me right this exact second is we've got the fighting in Congo toned down, but it's not done. And there's a lot that needs to be done there to stop it. You know, you got 10 million people dead in the last 7 years or so. Now, some people want to say, no, it's in the last 30 years. When you talk locally and look into numbers, it's a lot. And it you know, there's a dozen countries that had their hands into Congo looking for cobalt and other things that are needed for you know, industry, if you will. And at the top end of all that was really China. So they wanted the unrest there. Now, President Trump, you know, has tried to work with the president there in Congo. And a week and a half ago, he was supposed to be in Washington, D.C., meeting with President Trump to finish a deal on U.S. assistance to get their mining industry going again. You know, a ceasefire that was agreed to by their ambassador and some of the other groups out of Rwanda and ISIS and all sorts of other people. That had to be called off at the last second because there was a coup attempt that was discovered by people in other offices, elected offices. And so the president couldn't leave. And they actually had to pick up a number of people, military and other elected politicians, and they're trying to work through that. Well, in the meantime,
was this a coup attempt one in the Congo?
On the president of Congo to take him out before he could go meet with Trump. They do not want him to meet with Trump. Now, this is the second time a meeting with Trump has had to be canceled or delayed. In the meantime, while there's still killing going on in Congo, but it is greatly reduced, thank God. You have about 2 million refugees in Uganda next door. And that was part of the reason why Uganda was involved, is they're trying to bring an end to this thing because all the citizens out of this region of Congo and Goma and like that, to get away from all the fighting, had to move into Uganda, which put tremendous pressure. They're not they're a rich country if they get into their mining, but the reality is Uganda doesn't have a lot of money to spare. And so you get 2 million people on your soil. And UN stepped in, gave some money, here and there. Well, that money is set to expire at the end of August. And then you have 2 million people with no food, nowhere to go. Uganda hasn't got it to feed them. So the world needs to show up, get some money there to help these people to bridge them through while we figure out a better plan. And then at the end of the day, Uganda doesn't have the ability truly to absorb those refugees. They've absorbed refugees from other countries around the region, Eritrea, Somalia, even Kenya, Tanzania. So, they're under a lot of pressure too. Ideally, what needs to happen is we get Congo stabilized enough that people can begin returning home. They don't want to live in Uganda. They're, living in nothing. If they can get back to Congo and they're not afraid of dying, in these slaughters, then that's great. The other day, a Muslim group went into a church, middle of the night. They were having an all-night worship and prayer service in this church in the Congo, seeking the Lord, things that you and I have done. They're having an all-night prayer vigil. And these Muslim group came in there that wants everybody to leave, die or leave, and slaughtered around 100 of them with machetes. And when they go in to do what they do, they don't just kill somebody. They got to make it demonstrative to scare everybody else. So this horrible event happened during a worship service in the Congo. That's our tribe. That's us. 90% over 90% of the population of the Congo is Christian. So this very tiny fraction has been trying to, and they're very demonstrative, they're very terroristic in what they do. They're supported by China, ultimately, ISIS, Iran. So they're just going to have to be dealt with. It's going to take military intervention. Congo doesn't have any military at all to spare, hardly. They're just completely stretched. There's going to have to be something that happens there. So, but in the short term, to get there, you're going to have starving that's way greater than anything that's going on up in Gaza, which is very serious. It's horrible. But on a scale that's much, much, much greater. And that's weeks away. They're already on very thin food supply and have been for a long time, but now they're going to have no money at all for the food supply. So there's going to have to be people step in to try and bridge those people through while we create a better situation to get them back home. And prayer required. So we think of all the budget stuff and the Federal Reserve and the Treasury and 1,000 different things, the tariffs, business in America, but you're about to have a mass starvation situation, and those people have nowhere to go, and the people where they're living around, they don't have any extra to give to them. They're all stretched. We got to be on deck somehow. We're trying to work through what that might look like to get some emergency relief in there. The logistics of getting it there. You're not feeding 50 people. You're feeding 2 million. So the money to buy what they can locally and other supplies dropped in to keep them moving. So a very tense situation.
Well, I know, Juan, a lot of people that are listening right now might think, well, that's the Congo. I mean, how does that affect me? But you know what? We can't think that way. We have to look at the Congo is a very important part of the world, and explain why the Congo is so important, Juan, and why they've come in there and tried to really upset that whole region.
Arguably, the people living in the Congo per capita, that nation as a group, are the wealthiest people on planet Earth. They have more in the ground wealth than any other people on the planet. It's very dense in very expensive, valuable minerals, but it's all under their feet. They can't get to it. They don't have the infrastructure. They don't have the mechanisms and the training and everything else to access those minerals. So a few people have been in there, China and others. They want it dysfunctional because they don't really have a legal title deed to be there. So they want the country dysfunctional. They want the people pushed out. They wanted an overthrow, somebody that would come in there and let them come in and take over China. And that's why the president of Congo, President Tshisekedi, reached out to Trump. We'll give you everything. Just come save us, because they were about to be overthrown back at Christmas time by these rebel groups. And that's been stabilized up to a certain point so far, but it's not done. And then I say to this audience, it's a church audience, this is a Christian nation. It's only because the people that are there to be their brother's keeper, not their brother's brother, that they can't seem to get on an even keel. And, they got their freedom 30 years ago, but they've never been able to enjoy it. They were a colony of, at that time, Belgium. And Belgium, walked away, and the people are there, but they haven't. Everybody keeps coming and starting the next war is there to get the minerals for free. And this is what's really going on.
Well, Juan, I've been to Uganda, where these refugees are right now. And if you look at the history of Uganda, Idi Amin came in there, I was at the 70s or whatever, and he literally ethnic cleansed. He got rid of all the lawyers, the attorneys, the educators, pretty much wiped them out. And they saw what happened, and the people actually learned how to pray, and really that nation was turned around with prayer and was rebuilt. And so Uganda is a very strong Christian nation, but we need to pray for the Congo right now because, well, my friend Bree Keaton, who I know you've have you met Bree in person?
Oh yeah. We're,
She
trying to
was
work
up in
together on these. Yeah.
Yeah, we were up in Idaho, and I've interviewed Bree, but I met her for the first time, and her story is miraculous. Everyone, she was actually told by God. She heard an audible voice that told her to go to the pygmies, and she went. And I mean, it's a supernatural story. I mean, this woman has a lot of courage, and literally, they tried to shoot. These rebels tried to shoot her, and God put a force field up where the bullets just came to the ground. I mean, supernatural miracle stories about what God has done with Bree Keaton and this team of people that have really tried to go in to help these pygmies because they look at them as kind of like an appetizer. And it's an amazing story. So, what we'll be praying, where can people send? I mean, we didn't really talk about this in advance, but is there some way that people can send money to? What would be a good solution here, at least for now?
I'm not asking for any money personally to do what we're doing, and I don't know that there's a place that I think is a good, trustworthy repository to get money to. We're working through it. There's money in places, but these people have to cut loose with it, and I don't need, $15 and an airlift and all that. Working through what's really actually going to get the job done. And I met with folks earlier today on trying to get a $20 million bridge in there to the government of Uganda, who is very highly motivated to keep these people okay while we work the deal, to be able to make it so they can go home as soon as possible, start the migration back into Congo. So, wisdom and prayer required, divine favor, assistance to get this where it's got to get to. Yeah.
Well, so we need to pray, everybody, just as it says in Second Chronicles, that if God's people will pray, seek his face, and turn from our wicked ways, and God said he will hear from heaven and heal our land. And so we've been seeing around the world, like what God is literally, we're seeing different information coming out with Tulsi Gabbard, different ones actually, this narrative now that the 2020 stolen election. I mean, we're seeing things flip around. On that, segueing over to another situation and what's happening in America, in a lot of the news that's coming out in treason. I just did a show with Larry Ballard about Obama and the treason and the exposure that's coming. What do you think is going to be happening on that front, Juan, in particular with Obama and some of the information that's coming out?
Well, my personal inclination on this, while everybody's looking at all roads leading to Obama, the process to get to arresting Obama has a few stops along the way. And I believe that the first stop will be the Russia stuff, which was Hillary. It was her campaign that gave money to, have this created, this false narrative in the city of London, right down the street from me. And sorry, I just picked up the hiccups for some reason. So there's a lot of work to be done there, but I think it starts with Hillary, that crowd, and progresses and ends up at Obama in the actual arrest, and that's still a few months out. The case has to be built out a little bit further. And for those that think Obama can't be arrested, no, he can easily be arrested. Many of the crimes that he's involved in occurred after his presidency, let alone the ones before. So no, he'll get picked up eventually in all of this. the election fraud in 2020. We have the people on U.S. soil. I've told your audience that before. When Tulsi Gabbard briefed the president 3 months ago, and after she had been briefed for 4 days, her staff 3.5, and then half a day that she was personally briefed. The next day, she went to the cabinet meeting with the president, and she says, "It's just like you said, Mr. President. We're going to have to go to a hand count paper ballot." So Trump has already read his own cabinet in. We're going to a hand count paper ballot. Well, she's reiterating, it's just like you said, we're going to have to go to a hand count paper ballot. Then she says, because we now have proof, I'm adding the because, she says, we now have proof of a stolen election. So you did not get the person in office that you voted for from 2020 to 2020, 2021 to 2025, January 20th. And it wasn't even Biden. Loy and I are getting ready to start our effort nationally, Loy Brunson, and beginning the move towards impeaching the Biden presidency retroactively. We've had a proposed legislative bill put together, and we're honing that right now. We got people looking it over to make sure we got it right, quality people. And then we're going to push hard that Biden has to be impeached. It's going to happen. Question is, when did it happen? Does it happen? Does it happen in a year? Does it happen in 6 months? Does it happen opening a business because the public puts the pressure on here in the fall Congress? And I think it has to happen sooner or later. And it has to be done. You got to get the 2/3 in the Senate to vote it. But we have enough information. We know what's going on. The Biden presidency was being run by people who weren't elected president. He was being puppeteered from the beginning to the end. And so with that in mind, the entire presidency of Biden needs to be overturned, revoked, stopped. What happens when you do that? There's a lot of actions that happen under the Biden presidency that need to be nullified, including a Supreme Court judge. And that needs to be taken out because that was not done lawfully correctly. If Biden wasn't lawfully correctly the elected president of the United States, if fraud occurred. These are all things you're going to have to get mashed through all fall. And along the way, before you probably actually end up with the an impeachment of Biden.
Well, and I know one, I know Loy, actually, I did an interview with Loy a couple of weeks ago, and we actually talked about, the guy who's running for mayor, the socialist guy. He said really against the Constitution to have somebody like that running. So we were going to do a showdown in New York. We thought, let's do a showdown in New York. So we had some plans that we thought would be kind of interesting to do with what Loy is doing. So God has got a bigger plan. And as long, I think, as we all come together in unity and we hear the plans, like in Jeremiah 29:11, God says, I know the plans that I have for you, and plans to give you hope and prosper your future. So right now we're seeing a showdown with these demonic entities and these elites and cabal that have tried to think that, they have been running the things behind the scene, in particular, the media, which is what was able to push their fear porn and everything they've done over the last, in particular, 5-6 years with COVID. And so, Juan, for the people so we're in a showdown situation, in particular, because, I have a film about sex trafficking in America called Freedom Cry. We're going to be doing our 7th Open the Heavens. Juan, you've been at least 3 in person, and Most of the other ones you've been coming in on Zoom. The last one you weren't able to come in on, but the seventh Open the Heavens, everyone, is going to be on November 1st, 11/1, in San Francisco. And you won't believe where we're going to do it, Juan, at the Scottish Rite Masonic Lodge. I'm telling you, it's God's opening this door for that. And there's a church that meets in there for 7 years called the Father's House. And they're an amazing church. And so we're going into the belly of the beast, so to speak. And my pastor of Harvest International Ministry, Pastor Cheon, is running for governor. I was just at the press conference on Saturday. So we're inviting Pastor Che. We're inviting Lou Engle. Juan, there's going to be on October 9th, 10th, 11th. I don't have all the details, but there's going to be 50 states that are going to be coming together with 50 tents. And it's going to be called Awaken the Dawn, where they're going to have a mile-long communion table where people are going to be come to do the communion of the Lord in the city of Washington, D.C., and we're going to be breaking bread together and coming together in unity and community to pray for our nation and to see our nation turned. And so anyway, there's some showdowns coming. So Juan, I want you to come to San Francisco. And it's 11/1. It's the day after Halloween, which is actually, I don't call it Halloween. It's Reformation Day. In 1517, that's when Martin Luther tacked the 9 to 5 theses on the door of the Chapel of Wittenberg in October 31st. Satan's hijacked it to Halloween, but it's actually the day that the Reformation happened with Martin Luther. So, Juan, what's your thoughts on where America's going? I mean, I know that, and I've said the same thing, that we've been seeing that I do believe there's going to be a moment that's going to come that's going to look that we're not out of the woods.
Well, let me take the ball here for a couple things. Number one, I certainly would love to come out to San Francisco. I've got plans out of the country that exact date, but it may be that I can pop back in and pop back out for that because I'll be gone for a couple months and do have to come back on a couple occasions. So I'd love to come over and maybe try to do that. At the very least, I do it remotely. Then the second thing is, I expect that there's going to be pushback as we get into the arrest phase. Everybody's been warned arrests are coming. And so don't think for an instant that nothing's going to happen or nobody's going to jail. The reality is it'll start at Justice Department and switch over to military for a bunch of logistical reasons. Treason occurred here on lots of different levels. So it's going to be a gripping period. At the same time, look at what's going on the nuclear stuff. I've been saying for a very long time before this is over, it's going to be like the Cuban Missile Crisis because there is a push by a group behind the scenes that wants 3 world wars. And by the way, that's within the Albert Pike thesis, Morals and Dogma, and he was a Scottish Rite Freemason. So here you are at this location where the person that it's built around, dedicated to, was the one that wanted 3 world wars, and the third war was religious. The 3 Abrahamic religions: Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, because of course that goes back to the other child of Jacob. Okay, I mean of Abraham. I'm sorry, and Ishmael, and so you're going to have all 3 brothers fighting. That's what the devil wants in a 3rd world war based out of the Mideast. So we're praying against that doesn't happen, the way they want it, the timing they want. And even doing some kind of an event at that location. I have lots of people that are in the Masonic movement that I know that are actually beautiful people, but they are under a misunderstanding of what's going on there. Albert Pike says it right in the middle of the book. Let there be no misunderstanding. The God whom we serve is Lucifer, right at the center of morals and dogma. He wrote the book, and he said the spirit that taught him all the things that he learned, that he puts and lays out in the book Morals and Dogma. Albert Pike said he wrote the book in green ink in honor of the spirit who taught him all these things, because the spirit was green. Oh, okay. Well, what spirit is that? For he hid amongst the green leaves of the garden while he waited for the right opportunity to go talk to Eve and beguile her when Adam wasn't around. Um, uh, you know, it's this whole green thing.
Well, the green man, you call him the green man.
Yeah, so we're in a spiritual war. The devil himself is behind it. And then we have other things. Look at what's going on in the nuclear world. Trump just said a few days ago he's sending a couple of nuclear submarines to a different location where they're going to monitor Russian activities and be closer should those submarines have to fire on Russia and destroy some. Russia's lost half of its air force that can carry nuclear weapons in the drone attack in the Ukraine thing. They lost the General Kirilov, who was trying to track a bunch of missing nuclear devices that Gorbachev allegedly sent to Iran. According to people inside Russia, and Kurt Weldon, the congressman at that time back at the 90s, said that Gorbachev's people told him that they had sent these items down to, or not Gorbachev's people, but Yeltsin's people told him that they had information that Gorbachev had sent 200, what they call a demolition nuke. It's a tactical nuke, kind of the suitcase, whatever way you want to call it, to Iran. And that in this period, when we blew up those facilities in Iran, in part what they're doing is creating stuff to refresh some of those nukes. They didn't have to totally make brand new stuff. Krylov, the Russian general, who was a close friend of Putin, that was killed in the motor scooter attack in downtown Moscow, that was aided a 1-year operation to do the drone attack, and then probably a similar amount of time to get the setup to get to Krylov. Krylov was in charge of tracking down the materials that were being used potentially to refresh some of these old nuclear weapons out of the Soviet Union era. And he got killed. So all those drones that were working on the East Coast in the period prior to the 2024 election. And, Trump was asking, he says, well, I can't say, but it's pretty obvious. Later he says, yeah, it's nukes. They're trying to track down nuclear material. So, one nuke could be pretty horrible. Imagine if he had more than one, or one really big one, a couple places, there's 2 big ones missing, and then a bunch of smaller ones. Would that be a dark day for the country? Would that be 9/11 on steroids? Are you just unfortunately in the wrong place at the right time? Is it in a major city like London, New York, LA, Chicago? By the way, Chicago, very delicate situation there. There's always been a 1-2 theme that was in there, that Seattle would be first, Chicago would be second. Seattle was thwarted, didn't get the nuke that it was supposed to get on November 3rd, 2019. So, is there a near-death experience for America coming? I believe so. And we're not through the worst of it yet. And that's why as we move to take the people out of government who are treasonous traitors that damage Trump's ability to have a first term of any consequence in many ways, and they're seeking to do the same again right now, and that stole the vote and went in and interrupted the vote. We're going to take down the Russia people. We're going to take down the people that stole the vote in 2020, and 2024 tried to, and it's going to have disruptive effects across the country. They want to take down the economy, damage the economy to distract from what Trump is doing, including the tariff money and stuff like that. So I expect some kind of a hard attack into the money system in a broader sense that will take, a little bit to get through and, re-put together. Whatever the attack is, it could be something else military with the nukes. It could be something else that we haven't anticipated politically. Another attempt on Trump's life. There's some drama ahead that they're not done. And it's God himself that'll save us through it. God will not share the glory for what happens with any man, and will show that he alone is the protection and salvation for America. And I believe that's what's just ahead. Is it this week, this month? And I think it's a few months out. First of the year, early next year. But there's a dark day coming. In the meantime, this audience needs to be kind of prepared for that and to have an uplifting word of encouragement, because it's not all over, coming into that dark day and during it, that, is a word of faith to get us through that and to help people to bridge through. And, look at how many people were ready to abandon Trump, knife him in the back over the last month over issues like Gaza and similar. Just in an instant. And they were all, yeah, we love you, Trump. We're going, you're doing great. And all that. One little piece of information they didn't like, and they're ready to toss him overboard. Well, that's too mercurial, and that's no depth to you. And I think that there's other attempts to get the public to flip, turn, wring their hands, whatever. And that's where it's not Trump that'll be tested. It's we, this type of an audience. Are we looking to God to protect and save America? Or are we looking to a man?
Well, one I've shared, I always try to give, the Lord always gives me an encouraging word, but he's always been telling me there's a storm, that there's a storm coming. And, even
it's
with
here.
Well, but there's something, I believe, of some type of event or moment that let's say something.
It's a cascading moment that we're coming up, and the waves are getting taller.
Yeah. So. Well, just like the appeal to heaven flag that General Washington would have them go out in front of the battle with. That somebody I know had a vision of actually the American flag crumpled up, spread out. It was all wrinkled. It was all battered, thin. And she saw this appeal to heaven flag come down over the flag. And all of a sudden the stars and the stripes started to come out, that God was reforming America, that it would look like a near-death experience, but it was through this circumstance, situation, moment in time in history that really the remnant, like in Gideon's army, would rise. And that's why we were just at this event with Gideon's army, with a small with just a small group of people. But I don't believe it's going to be the masses. I believe it's going to be a remnant that's going to rise to the culture and going to shift things through prayer and movement and change. And so, yeah, he said, don't get stuck in the storm. Some people are going to look at the storm, but we have to look at him, at Jesus, and speak to the storm, but then take action. So Juan, this isn't going to be, I'm only got another like 15 minutes left, and I honor the time that you have.
Well, let me answer one thing before we move on.
Sure.
That Gideon's army, that remnant, that whatever, we have a lot of people of faith in the country, but their faith is circumstantial. Their faith is shallow. It's not been exercised for a long time. It's it's circumstantial faith. If everything's going great, gee, I love God and it's all great. One thing goes wrong, I hate you, God. Where are you? Why didn't you? Whatever, accusatory. This period is going to be a cleansing period for this specific type of an audience, and for the Gideon's Army type of an audience. The testing for this kind of a group is, are you going to stand at the most critical part in the fight? Are you not walking home? Are you ready to fight? Are you even able to be called by God? I mentioned to folks today in something I was doing, you can't just spend money and get a great quarterback at certain moments in time. They don't just show up out of nowhere. You can't just be, well, I like this guy. He's handsome. He's he'll do a good commercial. He talks right and everything else. And that can be your football quarterback. There's, lots of guys that want to be the guy to carry the football, to be the quarterback. Even in that whole row of guys up there, there's usually just one guy that's actually even capable of doing the job in certain lanes. I think this is that kind of an audience where you're all first string quarterbacks in your community, in your family, in your work. And what you have to do is show up when these things happen. First responders, firemen, police officers, they don't run away from trouble. They run to the sound of gunfire. They run to the sound of the screaming. They run to the sound of the crackling of the flames, crunch of metal. And they're there first in to try and help prolong life, buy time, to get people that golden hour, to get them through to the other side of whatever crisis they've hit. In what's coming, these aren't the people that go find a rock to hide under, dig deeper in their bomb shelter. I got mine, too bad about you, and hide deeper in the fridge. These are the people that have already saved something extra for the people around them, who have anticipated this moment and are prepared to bridge through the right word and season with a prayer of faith, with a healing ointment to get people through so they survive to the other side. I mean, I look at this situation over in the Congo and in Uganda. I think if we can hold for about 7-8 months, all of those people are going to do excellent. But what's the number we could lose in the next few weeks? Maybe 1%. If the needed materials aren't there in a month and a half or 2 months, is it 3%? If it's not there in 4 months or 5 months, is it 10 or 20%? Is that an acceptable number? We didn't get them all, but we got most of them. This crowd, none of those figures work. I'm going to go save them all. We're going to bridge them through. We're going to figure out. We're going to get the assistance we need. We're not sitting on our hands. And that'll be the moment that America's in, when first responders in the spiritual world show up, not for personal gain or glory or whatever. They might not ever, their story may be known only to God himself. And God is happy to have that. He loves that there are some who no one in this world will ever know. He saves that for himself because they're special. They've done something special. It was done because of their love, faith in him, his word, his call. And it's only known because he reveals it in the world to come. We're in that kind of a moment. This audience is full of eagles. They soar alone. It's an American way of doing it. And if you don't get credit, you don't get credit. Who cares? You're doing what God.
I know, Juan, don't mean to interrupt. I know that he kept telling me when I spoke up there before you came, that you came the day after and shared, but he kept telling me almost like a charge, like, are you willing to go all the way? Are you willing to go the distance? And I feel that's what he's saying to you guys watching right now. Like Juan was talking about, you guys are eagles and we have to go the distance. So many times, Juan, over the last 5 years, I've lost many colleagues, that the producer of my film, the writer, so many different people that died. And there was times that I just kind of didn't want to die per se, but I just heard the Lord say to me, like, stay the course, hold the line. And then he asked me a question like, well, what about the children? What about them? Do you want to just go because it might be easier? Like some people go, well, I just want to go to heaven. Well, yeah, we all will one day if we believe in Jesus. God wants no one to perish, but it's about what they're doing to the children now around the world. That is the fuel of the demonic realm of the children. And we have to stay the course for them. What they do to the least of these, they do to him. And coming together in these moments like at the Gideon's Army event that you came to, that I came to, that we were willing to go to a place that we really didn't get paid. I mean, we didn't, yeah, we might have sold some whatever, but no, we went there because God called it. And, Juan, I know that you and Jen and, you go to where God says, because we know that we're in a battle. And if America goes down, the world will go down. And so, Juan, we appreciate you and what you carry. And you're a man. I mean, you're a human being, but you know what? You've said yes. And so we bless you, Juan. So, as we've just got about 10 minutes left, Juan, another thing that God spoke to me at that Gideon's Army is he had all the men come up and God spoke to the men. I mean, not kind of trying to chastise them or berate them, but he literally said it's time for the men to rise up again. And men, if you're listening, he told me, Juan, he said, tell the men they're not a pimp, a pirate, or a pawn, but a prince and a king. And that's who you are, men. You're kings and princes. And I just want you to maybe give a charge to the men, Juan, because, there's been a lot of mama bears on the front line. There have been a lot of women that have been praying and fighting and staying and doing whatever God said to do. But I believe that it's going to be the man, the household, if a father is in the home, that there's something about a father. Like in Malachi, it says he's going to turn the hearts of the fathers back to the children. Juan, what would you say to the men in particular that are watching this show right now?
So much of what's said is kind of cheesy. A lot of the organizations, you think of Jesus and the way that he's portrayed in most of the churches is kind of effeminate. And he's so loving, he's so kind, he loves everybody. And he doesn't come across as a man's man. Yet when you actually, that was one of the things reading Edersheim's The Life and Times of Jesus Christ, the Messiah, written in the 1800s, late 1800s. Edersheim was this scholar who traveled and went wherever Christ walked and tried to be there in the right season and ask all the questions: what flowers were in bloom, what was the industry like in the area, what was the politics like at the moment. And so it's 2 large volumes. I think it's like 1,300 pages. I absorbed all the pages I read. I mean, I'd take a day just reading a page, to be honest with you, because I'd cross-reference stuff. I'd look at all this stuff. It was so enjoyable to read that. But I think one of the things that came out to me more than anything else in Edersheim's portrayal of Christ was his strength, his while he had compassion, it was a very strong compassion. Remember, this is the guy who fashioned a whip. He was there watching the money changers. And while he was watching the money changers doing their business, people coming to make their sacrifices to make atonement with God in heaven at the temple. And these guys were getting between God and these people trying to reconcile themselves with God through the sacrifice, doing a little business at the table. Ooh, well, there is a spot here. I do find a spot here. Let me check with my brother-in-law. Yeah, he's the preacher. Yeah, he says this won't be acceptable. Look, I've got some good ones in the back, and we'll sell you one that's the right one. I'll take this on trade if you'd like. And then they go back in the back, bleach the black spot out, and resell it to the next guy, right? And Christ was so incensed by this. He had a divine rage. Remember, the first verse of John, I've said, Christ put on human flesh like we put on a coat. It was God himself came to stand in our place and take the punishment of sin so we could be reconciled with him. Well, in John 1:1, it says, in the beginning, the Word was with God, and the Word was God, and the Word became flesh and dwelt among us. There was a certain truth. There's a certain commanding voice to that, the Word. Everything in the world was created because God spoke it into existence. Christ overturned those money changers' tables. They all ran in fear, and he flung that whip around that he made right there in their presence. He made it, pulled it tight, all the braiding that went into it. He wasn't a girly boy, and he walked long distances with the apostles. He was, grew up a carpenter's son. And there's some great stories there. The best story, by the way, talk about strength. His father was a carpenter, his earthly father. And so he had made a throne for a regional king. When he got done, he realized it was off in the measurements. He'd made it slightly too narrow and had screwed the whole thing up. And now the person's coming to pick it up. They've got him coming. And he realizes this mistake. And so in one of the writings that's not in scripture, it was just a letter between people. The tale is told that Joseph was very disturbed by this. He was beside himself because this was not done correctly. And Christ was kind of laughing about it, seeing it, noting it, may have even discovered the issue. And he says, well, we can fix this. And he has his father grab the other side of the throne. He grabs one side, his father grabs the other side, and they pull in faith, and the throne widens out 6 inches or whatever it needed to be. And, real strength widens his throne. There's even in the telling of that particular tale, there's enough in all the things you hear from Christ. He was confident, and he spoke to the masses in a very strong, resounding way that inspired people to courage and to strength and to go do things. The apostles went out by twos because he told them to, and then commanded demons to leave because Christ gave them the authority to cast out demons. And these demons, when they left, were very demonstrative, very destructive, very scary. Mm-hmm. And he stood right there and did it. He was a man's man. Worshiping the God of creation, the Christ that came and went through the torments of the whip and the thorns on the head and the cross itself willingly, when he could have called down legions of angels to put a stop to it, to stand in the way. That's a man's man. That's one who's going to go the distance for the glory of what was before him. That's every guy, I hope, in this audience, that by the power of Christ, you will do likewise. Christ said, greater things will you do than I? And stepping forward as the man, being the man, I think of the stuff in the Congo. You know, if you can't protect the innocent, half of those people there are under 18 years old. They're kids. Probably half of that under 18 or under 10. If you won't step forward to protect those that are unable to protect themselves, oh, but God, I need this, and please help me with that, and whatever. Why would God help you when you're not able to even, budget time or resources to protect those that can't even protect themselves, that are the innocents, the women and children, the weaker of the flesh. It's not that guys don't want to do that. They just don't see the opening. And then the churches, the organizations tend to favor a more receding, quieter guy. They don't see the angles for guys to jump in there readily. As a group, as an organization, as people, there's some position that's not just singing in the choir, that every guy in here is the right guy to step into a situation and say, no, not on my watch. We're going to get this sorted out. We're going to protect an innocent child. We're going to, stop the trafficking. We're going to make sure that some kid isn't not getting fed this night. And we'll figure it out. That's what guys do. They figure it out. Okay. And I think that's where we are. God, if I don't know what exactly to do, I can pray a prayer. Father God, I want to be that agent of change. I want to be the man you made me to be. Help me to know how to act, what to do, how to step forward to be the man you made me to be in this situation. Okay. And the devil wants that not to happen. And he'll do anything to throw you off course, anything.
Well, and it's time to rise the occasion. I've only got a few minutes left because I have to be at another appointment. But one, it is one thing about Jesus too, just in regards to the women, that he literally gave women a voice. That did not happen up until that point. He was a leader that inspired women and said, "Follow me." And there's a number of stories we could share about that. But the men, it's time for the men to rise up again. And it's just like Gideon. I mean, it came to the point where the Midianites, 7 years, they were in the hand of the enemy because they did not obey the voice of God. And he sent a prophet and warned them. And he chose a man, Gideon, that said, I'm the least in my father's house. So sometimes one, as you know, he'll use the ones that we least likely expect to be champions during seasons and times that.
Well, there's a repeating theme there, by the way. When the priest went out to find the young man that should be anointed to be king, all of David's older brothers were the ones that were put forward like being the one. David was out herding sheep.
Yeah.
But when the critical moment came and he was called on, he only went out as the sandwich delivery guy. I'm here with the Uber sandwich for my brothers. There's a great battle here and they're fighting everybody. He was called out. He gets there. Saul's got his great armor. He's beautiful. He's handsome. David's brothers are strong and they're all trying to. He's the sheep herder. He gets there, delivers the sandwiches to his brother. Here's Goliath come out and taunt the Israelites. And David says, well, why are you putting up with this shit? You don't have anybody here that's going to go do that. David goes out, crosses the valley of the shadow of death, and doesn't wear any armor because it's all the armor that's there is too big and heavy. It won't let him work. And with his slingshot, plants one right between the eyeballs there on Goliath's head. He had protective head. thing. He couldn't be high, he couldn't be low. Impacted right between the eyes and killed Goliath. And it was his skill sets protecting sheep from wolves and other predators that he killed a lion, he killed wolves and all that because he was a good marksman with his slingshot. He's a gunslinger.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm telling you that there's guys out here in this audience that are not action heroes by size, but they got skill sets. They got understanding. God's got them in just the right place. They're sharp with their knowledge and the way that they can perform, not in the world's view, but from God's view. He's got them. He's prepared them for a moment just ahead. And those gunslingers are going to come in and nail the enemy. And that's what we're really going to do. We're going to take back the country from this effeminate spirit that would emasculate the men and resettle this country with a settler spirit. The first year the Pilgrims lost 106 people dead.
Mm-hmm.
That's how many died. There were some tough people, but even then, only a portion of them survived. These are the survivors in this crowd right here. We're going to take the land back. That's what it's all about. And the guys are going to lead the way.
Yeah. Amen. Well, listen, Juan, thank you so much for coming on. Where can people, where can they go and get the merch, get the different things do you have any specials? Does Jen have any specials this week?
We have some of the coins from last year and the year before, just a few, and I think she's numbered how many are there that people want to get them that are kind of the collector coins. And we have the current one for this year that just came out a month or so ago. Silver is going to go up dramatically from here. You're just in that low before it goes to the next high. It's already broke up into into the 39 range. It retreated back into the 36, which I said it was probably going to come back. The next stop is just shy of 50. So I expect that over the next month and a half with all the news, but certainly by the end of the year. And that's kind of a fun thing. And the coins all have a message to them.
That's at the Jennifer. What website is that? Yeah. The Jennifer Mack.
The JenniferMack.com and also over at Gumroad.com.
Okay, that's on the screen.
Yeah,
that's on the screen, everyone. So listen, I have to jump, but
okay.
Go to marycrowley.com. We're going to put up. We're getting the flyer done for the 11-1 event. The Golden Gate Bridge. I'm telling you, there's something about San Francisco. It's the city of St. Francis. God is going to redeem some of these cities. And also on August 16th, we'll have it up on my website, the pre-Open the Heavens Summer of Love event at the Sunset Bible Church. And so it's going to be amazing from 1 to 8. A lot of pastors in the regions and people were going to come together and worship. Enrique Morales, we've got some incredible people there. We're going to pray, we're going to worship, and we're going to get prepared for what's getting ready to come in the fall, in particular in the city of San Francisco. I'll have other events up there we're going to do, but thanks for watching. Please subscribe, follow, share this with people, and go to Jen's sites, go to my site, and the best is yet to come. So we'll continue to pray for the Congo. Pray for the Congo, pray for Uganda, pray for these countries in particular right now. And I do believe God's going to show up and show off. And we're going to see a mighty awakening and a great awakening for the kingdom of heaven is coming to earth. So thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks, Juan, for coming on. And we'll see you soon. God bless.
All right.
Wix, one platform, any website.
Just to respond to a couple things in the chat real quick. The point of making us think that was going to happen is because that's how we were supposed to experience it, Posty. And I think there may be other things like that too. I think that's just Juan's way of trying to keep us on track. It wouldn't have done us any good at the time to get ahead of ourselves, I don't think. And I get what you're saying, Disco. We're all on a one day at a time lifestyle. And really, that's all that matters. That's all important. That's all that's important to us is that we take things one day at a time. And if we really believe and really have faith and really trust in God, He'll get us through one day at a time. If we need our timeline to change, He'll change it. But I don't know what you're worried about. I see everything moving quickly. I don't think the timeline's that long, and it really, again, all depends on which part of the timeline you're waiting for. Arrest could come as soon as Saturday, according to some people. So it's a military style plan operation. Things change, things go wrong, things happen. I don't necessarily think any of it was ever meant to be set in stone. Every day we wake up is a step forward. It really is, Vance. And I think about that, even as much as I've been following all this stuff, a year ago, I didn't know half as much as I do now. If I had done an interview a year ago, I probably would have asked some silly questions that may have been a bit trivial. I don't think it's about confusing us, Posty. I think it's just we needed to experience that stuff. And maybe not all of us, maybe we didn't, but some people needed to see 4 years of Joe Biden. Some of us didn't and wish that we hadn't had to live through that 4 years of time, but it happened. It's behind us now, and I think we're making great strides forward. I very much agree with what Juan was just saying there about finding your place in all this, and God will use you if He needs you, and especially if you want to be involved. If you're growing, you're on the right track. You learn a little bit more every day. We've learned here together for a little while now, and I think we've all grown together, to be honest. Yeah, it's hard some days, Disco. I have bad days all the time, but I'm starting to understand things more. You get a little more control every day. It's just, I was a frustrated individual a year and a half ago, and I was ready to explode. But as much as some people enjoyed watching me explode on here, it wasn't doing anybody any good, and we weren't learning anything, and it was just a lot of complaining about stuff we didn't understand. And a lot's changed since then. I work very hard to find different opinions from all these patriots out here. We're trying to find the truth, or just trying to point out when things aren't the truth. And speaking of which, there's a few things I need to point out before we go tonight that came up tonight. Number one being economist Stephen Moore just revealed that the Biden Bureau of Labor Statistics overcounted the number of jobs added under Biden by 1.5 million. Trump told you the numbers were rigged, that the numbers were crap, that they were fake. There you go. He wasn't lying. They faked 1.5 million jobs under the Joe Biden time period. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton has just launched an investigation into a Soros-backed PAC called Texas Majority PAC for funding the runaway Texas House Democrats. They're being funded by Soros. Governor Newsom had a Freudian slip where he slipped up on the wildfires. Google AI is being used to detect wildfires. Let's see if we actually hear.
Just a short time ago, many believed was unimaginable. The U.S. Forest Service,
I can't,
for example, is using...
Can't hear it very well. Of course, Trump proclaimed today is National Purple Heart Day. North Carolina Teacher of the Year arrested for possessing child sexual abuse material. Jesus. Oh, holy crap. I gotta show you this video. Nancy Pelosi looks like she crawled off the couch. Bring this up real quick. It's just kind of funny.
Gender affirming care here in California. How is your office responding to the pauses in gender affirming care here in California?
Well, that is something that I'm working for at the national level, and we have, how can I say, are hoping that we can have gender affirming care for our trans kids, and that it's a sad thing for us. I'm not totally. I don't know what.
It's like the world's falling apart, but we need to worry about gender affirming care for our trans children because there's so many of them out there. Is Juan getting sick? I don't believe so. Maybe. I don't know. The poor guy, I mean, I imagine no one on earth travels like he does. He probably holds the dang record for, you know, and you're traveling like that in hotels and in places other people have been and germs. It's probably hard not to get sick. The man's got patience of a god, I'm telling you. And I really look forward to him being here tomorrow night. I hope you guys will enjoy being here and getting a chance to ask some questions. And you know, I just am not particularly worried about all this stuff. Maybe I should be. I do think the Golden Gate Bridge is coming down. Let's see, what do we got here? Arizona senator uncovers alleged Act Blue Magic mortgage money laundering scheme. We kind of know about that. Pam Bondi announces a $50 million reward for information leading to the arrest of the Venezuelan president Nicolas Maduro. Oh, wow. Any of you guys want to become bounty hunters? Go down there and make ourselves $50 million. Okay. Let me see if there's anything else. I forgot about that story. The secret student abortions. I want to play that real quick for you. Sorry, guys. Unorganized, but stick around. We're about done here. Just wanted to make sure we covered everything. Let me show you this real quick.
The next story seems too sickening to be true. Tonight we're learning that a Northern Virginia high school stands accused of helping students get secret abortions. After a report by the WC Dispatch, the Fairfax County School District is investigating allegations that officials at Centerville High School arranged and bankrolled abortions at Fairfax Healthcare Center back in 2021. Now, both of the students say they were underage at the time. One says she got the abortion at 17. The other told the Dispatch that she was 5 months pregnant and was pleading to keep her baby. But the school social worker, Carolina Diaz, allegedly told her that she had no choice. Well, the girl ended up bolting from the clinic, we're told. Here to discuss is Carrie Lucas, a Virginia president and parent at the Independent Women's Forum. Carrie, while we haven't spoken to these students, they told the WC Dispatch that this was kept hidden from their parents. Now, if that's true, that means that it looks like taxpayer money was going to fund secret abortions for minors without consent from any adult. What can you tell us tonight?
Yeah, I mean, it really is just outrageous. It's the latest example of just how really out of control some of these schools have gotten and no longer being in their lanes and displacing parents. This is money that is supposed to be going to educate kids. And unfortunately, if these allegations are true, it was doing the absolute opposite and was being used to pay for an abortion, which is just, everybody, I think, recognizes that this is simply outrageous.
Well, Fairfax County Public Schools told the Angle that they have serious questions about the allegations, and at no time would the situation be acceptable in the Fairfax County Public School System. They say there is an external investigator to get the facts out there and will take the appropriate actions as necessary.
We will keep an eye on that story. That's a messed up story right there. Well, thank you, Jamie. It's an honor to have you all here. I really couldn't have done any of this without the support from all of you. Just the encouraging words in the chat, the comments, the texts, the love. We really have something special here, and every bit of energy I put into it is all for you guys, because I really want you to understand what's happening as much as possible, to be able to find the information you need to learn the things you are still confused about. There's a channel I'm going to look at when I have a chance on Rumble that I just came across. It's called Q for Dummies, and it's got a few videos on there put together. I haven't seen them yet. Might be something interesting. We've watched some great things here. We've learned so much. We've come a long way. And I'll tell you this much. God's been here with us every step of the way. Every step of the way. All that being said, I need to get some rest. I do have a very long day tomorrow all around, so tomorrow night's our interview. So it won't, be like the typical show format or nothing, but should be fun. I think I'll pop on at 7. Juan should come on, and we're going to have a great time. I've already got some things in mind I'd like to talk about with him, just kind of based off the stuff he was talking about today in his interviews. and I hope it goes well, because I'm hoping he'll like to come back. You know, I think it's good to have him on YouTube. I think he belongs on YouTube. I'm honored just to get the opportunity to share what he does here on this channel. So we got a great future, Patriots. We've done so much. We are going to rock this world. I'll tell you that much. All right. All that being said, I'm going to wrap it up because I'm going to get some rest and get an early start tomorrow. And I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow night. It's, I'd be lying if I didn't, said I wasn't excited. It's very surreal, still very surreal. We will explore that further tomorrow night, Patriots. Thank you all for being here. I do believe that if you're here, it's because God wanted you here. For whatever reason, only you can figure that out. I love you, Patriots, very, very much. Please have a good night. Stay safe. Get some rest. And I hope to see you all back here tomorrow night for the show, where we will have a great, fun Friday night on August 8th. 88 miles per hour. Maybe I should have called tomorrow's episode 88 miles per hour, but kind of already have a name picked out for tomorrow's episode. So look forward to seeing you there. God bless you, Patriots. I'll see you tomorrow.